Hello? Shroommates, everything I own woke up and chose violence today. Hi! Happy Monday! I'm only Chicks Watch 15 minutes late for the second Monday in a row. Oh my god, everything hates me. Everything hates me. Let me tell you how my day has gone so far. So first of all, I have hands again. Hallelujah. I don't know what the hell I was gonna do without them because I cannot survive without my hand gesturing. It felt so weird and stiff without them. Bad. Bleak, welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Hope you enjoy your 17 months of rotation. You only get one of those Prime subs a month, so why don't you use it on me? Limb haver EG. I bet you didn't know I had this many limbs. Am I still silent? What is happening? How long was I silent for? Can you hear me? Hello? There we go. What the hell is happening? As I said, every single thing I own woke up today and chose violence. Everything is wrong. I have to move this also because it's too low. Nothing is right now, and I don't know what's going on. Like, my mic is not positioned the way that it should be, and it keeps wanting to fall out, which is like really not helpful. I fought all of my electronics today because I installed an update for my Leap Motion so that my hand tracking can return from the war, finally. But by doing that, somehow I screwed up my keyboard driver, and it took me an hour to have a keyboard again. My computer decided somewhere in that process that keyboard was unnecessary. It was like, you either get hands or you get keyboard. Fix one thing, break three others. Yeah, so instead of spending my time that would have been spent making the thumbnail for today, I instead fixed my keyboard so that it worked, which required restarting my computer like 6 times because I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. So eventually I got that working again, which was driving me nuts. What other problems did I have this morning? I had a bunch. I was able to, I updated my Clip Studio Paint from version 4 to version 5, just because some of the quality of life features they have in there are things that for—
Testing, this is a Gary test.
Yeah, Gary? Gary, did you pass your test? Shroommates, did Gary pass his test? Tell me. But I updated Clip Studio Paint to version 5 because I need some of those quality of life features that they have. I need them because I have wrist injury and my stability isn't great, and sometimes when I'm drawing lines, even stability settings don't cut it for me, and it's not lack of skill, it's just the fact that I have a tremor in my wrist sometimes because I have decor veins. So my thumb just randomly is like, meh! My thumb just randomly decides that it's just gonna like, meh! When I'm drawing, which is like not great. It's been like that for years and it's gonna be like that forever, more or less. But the new Clip Studio Paint update has the Procreate thing where you can press and hold a line and it kind of like smooths it or like optimizes it a little bit, and then you can edit the points of it. Let me tell you, incredible feature that I've wanted so badly for so long. But in the process of updating, which first of all, to update, because I have EX, was I think $60. It's so expensive if you have EX, but like I need EX for a bunch of the stuff that I do. I kind of have to have it. But it's so good. It's so good. It's so helpful. But in the process of trying to update that, somehow it signed me out and reset my preferences. So I had a panic attack about that because my preferences are so like specifically laid out for a lot of things. I was like, You better be kidding me. You would best be kidding. You'd best be joking. I did like 3 things and somehow brought it back. I don't really know what was wrong. Thankfully, I do back up my stuff to the cloud that Clip Studio Paint has. But what the hell? Every single thing today was like, you think this will be a simple process? No. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us up to Picto Shaman. Can we rotate for Edward, please? That was very kind of you. What, Gary?
Parent, I think you should declare war against technology for these attacks on you.
Maybe.
These provocations cannot go unanswered. Death to technology. Long live the shroom.
Honestly, you're so right, man. Technology hates me. On any given day, it hates me. How could you hate little old me? I'm so cute and so helpful and so kind and supportive. But technology's like, no. We gotta bring you down. We gotta keep you down. Oh, and then one final thing that is like my final nonsense I had to try and figure out was, recently, if you guys remember my apple cider in the eye incident of 2 weeks ago, you know, I've been on antibiotic eye drops for a minute as a result of that. I'm all cleared up, thankfully, at this point. I finished my final dose of that on, I think, like Saturday? Yes, my eyes are okay as far as things living in them goes, as far as having a pink eye. But, however, there has been an issue that's been going on for a while now that I was just chalking up to the fact that, like, oh, maybe I was sleeping weird. And then for a while I was like, oh, it's probably from the apple cider mix and eyeball situation. But, like, towards the end of it, like, the actual, like, eye symptoms were totally gone, but my eyelids were still super swollen when I would wake up in the morning. And this is something that I don't know why I didn't think of, but that's, like, my classic allergy symptom. Usually that's what happens to me when I'm having an allergy attack. Usually my allergies are mostly eyeball.
Oh, that's good to hear. I guess you could say, good I might.
Thanks, Gary. I do have a good eye. I might have a good eye, actually. Unconfirmed, but I might have a good eye. But yeah, so usually, like, you know, when we go stay at Joby's parents' house, I'm very allergic to Joby's parents' dog. Sweet little dachshund that she is. I don't know why I'm so incredibly allergic to her, but I wake up with my eyelids so incredibly swollen at their house, and it's just because I'm allergic to her. For some reason, I thought it was because of my apple cider eye event, but it wasn't. So I woke up on Saturday morning and my eyeball, like, I couldn't even open my left eye. And Joby was like, what the hell is going on with you? What is wrong with your eyes? I had no idea. So we spent, like, all weekend trying to, like, go through and figure out what is going on because, like, it only happens during the night. So we, like, washed the sheets. Like, I'm home all day on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'm fine during the day while I'm awake. We washed the sheets in case, like, maybe we were like, oh, maybe you're allergic to, like, one of Joby's hair products that they use, and maybe it got on the pillowcases, so Joby's be a little more careful about, like, washing hair before bed, or, like, oh, just, like, doing a bunch of things to try and solve what the issue is. We took all the laundry out of the room, did all of the laundry, not that there was that much, but, like, we had a little bit to get through and stuff like that. Not solved until last night we were getting in bed and I'm sitting in the room and I can feel it. I'm just sitting in bed hanging out with Joby and I can, like, feel, you know, when you're like, you have a cold coming on and you can, like, feel the congestion starting in your nose, or, like, when it starts, like, running down your throat, you can, like, feel it. I was like, I'm just in the room right now and I can feel it happening. What is occurring? Where is it? I was like, let me detect. Let's see. Where does it get worse? If I sit in what area does it get worse? So, like, I was moving around the room, hanging out. It's like 10:30 at night. Joby's like, honey, we should go to bed. Like, go to sleep. You'll be okay in the morning. We can deal with it after work tomorrow. Like, we're both up late already. We gotta go to sleep. And I was like, no, I can't live like this. I can't take it. I can't do this. Waking up with wanting to claw my eyeballs out is not a feeling that I can keep living with. You know, looking around the room, doing things. We've got, like, this square chair. It's like a corner chair that sits in the corner. It's, like, open on 2 sides and, like, perfectly fits the edge of the corner. I just, like, pulled it away from the wall because I was like, is there something under it maybe or anything? The terrors, the horrors, the fungi are in my house. Mold. Oh my god. I don't know why it's growing there, but there is a huge area of mold growing on my wall. Let me tell you, we keep our house very clean. Like, we do a good job. It was just like directly against the back of it. What kind? Don't know. The mold kind. I am very allergic to mold, so that's definitely what it was. And I was like, okay, I know that, you know, you can't use Clorox. Chlorine like bleach does not work against mold. What color is the mold? Like light brown-ish. Yeah, there must have been moisture trapped between the chair and the wall somehow. Definitely not from the whole kitchen circumstance, because that's a totally different area of the house when the kitchen was crying. So, you know what I did? You know what I did? I got my respirator that I have. I have a respirator, which is rated for organics, so don't worry. I got my respirator, put my respirator on. I put my goggles on that I used to use for bronze casting, and I took a paint scraper, because I have a really, really sharp one, and I scraped the paint, including the mold, off of my wall. And I texted my landlord and was like, this is incredibly disturbing. Deal with this later. I'm just ripping it off right now. I gouged it off of my wall. So I took it right outside and deposited it in the garbage can, and let me tell you, I woke up like 80% normal today. Good God. So I had my like first normal wake up. Now I've got an exposed wall. It's just like a 4 by like maybe 6 area where there's no paint. It's not an exposed wall. It's just like, it's drywall that's there. But yeah, hopefully there wasn't mycelium in the wall. I hope not. If that's the case, God, I don't know. If that's the case, then we're gonna have somebody come. We're gonna have to have somebody come do something, because I'm so allergic to mold that I can't live like that. I can't have that going on. I hope the mold is not actually in the wall. I think it was just on top of the paint. And like, our bedroom's really dry, so it shouldn't really be a good location for mold to grow anyway. But yeah, that was my horror story of last night. So thankfully, I woke up and felt like a totally regular person today. Wahoo! Glad you caught it. I know. Crazy. Loads gun. This house isn't big enough for the 2 fungi of us. Yeah, no. That guy wasn't very fun. But yeah, man, my misfortunes never cease. They never end. There's always something. But anyways, hi, I'm Squiiji. I don't know if I told you that yet. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we're doing VTuber design critiques for Ourple VTuber designs. That's what our game plan for today is. But first, I actually need us to decide on something. We did finish our previous extra credit on Friday. Last Friday. And I said that today we would pick our new extra credit. So that's how we're gonna start today, is by picking our new extra credit. I would like to do a minor amount of brainstorming first, though, because I feel like I don't have the greatest of ideas for it right now, as things stand. So if we can think of something that might be a good idea, you guys are welcome to pitch things right now. So I think the potential pitches that we had are doing the Utao design for me, Utao EG, which is essentially me, but as a Vocaloid. My pencil has no lead. This is great. Hang on, try again. Do we get to vote? Yeah! Time for monthly democracy? Yeah! So, Utao EG. Designing, because I thought it'd be fun for you guys to help me design it, because it is something that, like, other people could use, not just me. We had other things that were on the list last time, right? Like, we had 4 options and picked Uma Musume design, but what were our other options? I think one of the other options was aesthetic-based character. Like, if we were to go onto like the aesthetics wiki and pick an aesthetic and design a character entirely based around that aesthetic, and then pick like essentially aesthetics that are not as like mainstream or as common maybe these days. I thought that was going to be maybe a fun idea. Maybe, perhaps. Draw shroom state, B, propaganda, extra credit, false, no. Character based on an object. I guess we could do that. We could gajinkas of objects, maybe. Suggestion, yeah, perhaps. But, okay, let me write these all down. Character based on object. Suggested making vehicle jinkas like we did for horses. That might be kind of difficult. But I guess it could be interesting similarly. We could, Uma Musume, like NASCARs or something. Which might be kind of wild. Superhero OC design. Superhero OC design maybe, but like we were thinking about like miraculous in a way, because like it is fun to relate them to a particular series or something. Maybe a spin on a common VTuber design trope like Pink Cat Girl or something like that. Oh my god, what if we all designed pink cat girls? That would be kind of funny. Or like we could try and find a list of like other common VTuber design tropes that we could do. So like common trope. Perhaps. If we make Miraculous OC, we have to make 50 French people. No, you don't. A lot of people in Miraculous aren't French. What do you mean? Or try to do the opposite of VTuber design tropes? I guess, maybe. In a similar vein, you could create mood boards and people create characters based on that. But see, like, I don't want to limit people in that way. I would like you guys to be able to develop your own mood board for it. Because I feel like if I'm making them, there wouldn't be enough options for everybody, maybe? I don't know. Design a character based on what tropes is on your bingo card, excluding the EG squares. Oh, that could be interesting. Wait, I have a random VTuber concept generator that I made a long time ago. Let's see if it still exists. Yeah, I think this is it. Maybe. Is this mine? That diagnoses the theme? Yeah, here it is. Oh, 7.7 thousand people have used my generator. Yeah, our generator that made you a beef leader, it did when I tried to show you guys it here. If you guys want to see, we could use this, perhaps, for it. But this is just like, I guess, generating a random character concept. So like if I generate right now, oh, Rex was the one I tried to generate for last, I think. Let me see what it gives me. Because I think it changes every day what the word comes in as. But yeah, so Squiiji is a caribou acrobat VTuber whose theme is antique. An antique caribou acrobat. That is an interesting combo, huh? Interesting. So we could do that, maybe. We could do the random VTuber concept generator. Wow, my handwriting is incredibly bad today, and I don't know why. Let me see. Was there anything else that I missed, maybe? Our options seem to be Utao EG, picking an aesthetic to base a character on, making a character based on an object, making a character based on a common VTuber trope, random VTuber concept generator. Bingo card design would be funny, though. Perhaps, but I wonder if that would be too... I feel like that's almost in some ways aiming for 0. But I guess it would be random. Let me just see. Let me grab bingo. Design the bingo card, Jinka. But like the bingo card doesn't have that specific of a design. It's another website's bingo. I feel weird about that a little bit. Oh, thank you, Sanizum, for getting the bingo. Let me pin that. Bop. So like based on that, if I were to do it, so like here's my card, I would have to have Lolita/OG fashion with lots of lace and ruffles, an OSHA-approved ladder, dark sclera, spot blacks, who has to be an idol with keychains, a crop top, and a uniform outfit. Have to have drop shadows, must be symmetrical, anatomically atypical boobs, hoodie, multicolored hair, visible concept, big shoes, giant sleeves, body harness, and mismatched socks. That would be incredibly a lot for a blackout bingo. Maybe not try to get all bingos, but at least one. Okay, one bingo might be a little bit more doable, perhaps, but that does sound like a little bit of a headache, maybe. And I think the other trouble with that is that there's just too many of things that are in our bingo that are based on what I do. So, like, you'd probably have a lot of rows that are like, EG adds drop shadows. Maybe that means you have to use a drop shadow. I don't know. Creativity. Yeah, creativity. Okay, I'll put that on the list. Bingo card. Perhaps. What does anatomically atypical boobs look like? We actually don't see them that much anymore. I feel like I saw them a lot more towards the beginning of doing the critiques, but that is when VTubers have, like, O-cup breasts. Or, like, they're just so anatomically beyond the realm of reality in scale, usually. That's a thing I feel like I don't see as much of these days in VTubing. I feel like that sort of has gone away. Yeah. J Fashion, Gold Eyes, Thigh Highs, Monster, Mesh, Sheer Fabric. Genuinely a character one could see. That is true, maybe. Yeah, Mega Back Pain. Yeah. Mega Back Pain character designs. I don't think we've seen that in a minute. But yeah, so big they don't make sense. Maybe that's one of the ones I've been talking about maybe removing from it, because we haven't seen it in a while, but we did see it a couple times towards the beginning. Okay. So we actually have a lot of options now. So now we need to pare things down maybe a little bit of pare down. So I'm gonna say that maybe the ones that I'm gonna pick the top 4, and then you guys can pick from that, maybe, perhaps, if that is acceptable. Let me poll. Next. Extra credit? Question mark? Our options are going to be Utao / Vocaloid Ify EG. I spelled my name with 4 I's instead of 3. That's good. I can spell my own name, I swear. Second option is perhaps... I don't want to do the common VTuber trope and the random VTuber concept generator and the bingo card, because that's all VTuber design, and not everybody might be super excited by VTuber design. So maybe I'll pick one of those. You guys seem kind of excited about the bingo card, so let me do bingo card VTuber. And that'll be maybe the one VTuber. Then I'll take aesthetic-based... What is going on with my capital? Spelling. A-E-S-T-H-E-T-I-C. Aesthetic-based design, and then maybe the final one will be character based on object. Perhaps. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to vote. Me copy and paste over to YouTube now. There we go. Good. Bop. Boop. Beep. Bam. Bop.
No matter what your political opinions are, get out there and vote Shroom Statica.
Shroom Statica? What is Shroom Statica, Gary? Look, what are you trying to have us do right now, Gary? Okay. There we go. There's the poll. Poll is up. You've got 5 minutes to vote. E.G.? I spelled my name symmetrically. 2 I's, a J, and then 2 I's was the accident I had made. Oopsie. Whoopsie. But actually, I think that's all the housekeeping I have for today. I think that's actually it. Other than the fact that I do need to remember to... Actually, I'm not even going to tell myself I need to. I'm going to do it right now. I have the events in the Discord server for our weekly Minecraft. But I need to edit the event because the time has changed. The start time is supposed to be now 8 a.m. Oh no, it didn't edit all the ones in the series. Oh no, how do I edit the whole series of events? Yeah, wait, edit all events in the series. Yep, that's correct. That channel is right. Start time should be 8 a.m., not 10 a.m., because now the Shroom State Minecraft server is open 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. EST. Long hours. We got some extra time. So there we go. Updated for Tuesdays. Nice. Perfect. Save that. Yes. Save that over all of them. Perfect. Okay. So there's that one. And then I need to fix the one that is for Thursdays also. There we go. I'm so good at this. I could have done this earlier, but I actually had so many things going on that I forgot to do it until right now. Amber D, what do you mean by that? Please don't break Discord TOS. Please don't do that. You can't do that in my server. Breaking the TOS is not allowed. Oh, Twitch? Okay. What do you mean? In the design? If you are designing something that would technically break Twitch's TOS, the way to make it not break my TOS is just to make sure that it is probably, if I'm assuming the right things, just make sure that it is spoilered if it's breaking Twitch's TOS as far as like skin visibility goes, perhaps? Yeah, perhaps a rephrase. Yeah, maybe. There we go. Okay, hang on. I think I've got this fixed. Bam. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yay! Okay, I fixed the event. So, Shroom State Minecraft server is now open properly for Tuesdays and Thursdays, 8 a.m. till 6:30 p.m. Wahoo! Do I have anything else to announce or say? Technically, Wednesday is my, what, 3-year anniversary as a VTuber existing? I don't have anything planned for it, just because there's too much going on right now. I'm fighting for my life right now, let me tell you. So I didn't plan anything for it this year, unfortunately. It's just too close to my birthday, unfortunately, like being only a month away, so it's kind of hard to plan for, but we may instead do something to celebrate in in June for my, like, 2-year anniversary of streaming, maybe. So then we have like 3 events year round. We have anniversary of streaming in June, we have partner anniversary in October, and we have birthday in February. Space my events out so I can make sure things are planned properly for all of them. Sub-Zero, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hello. 2 years already? I know. Crazy, right? I've been around as a VTuber for 3 years as of this week, I believe. Unless it's actually 4, because it may actually be 4. Although I think we determined that my YouTube account turns 3 soon. So maybe it is 3? I don't remember. I don't know the truth. I don't recall the truth. I hadn't been around for that long, but I've been around for long enough and also a very long time at the same time. Yeah. Anyways, wow, brief housekeeping. Isn't that crazy? So we can start as soon as we finish the poll. And I did see Riruku say something about having stuck the imagery in live suggestions, so we will grab that. Riruku is purple, so Riruku does fit the theming for today also. Although, Riruku, you are actually more green than you are purple, which is funny. Grab you here. I gotta get used to the fact that Clip Studio Paint's new logo is so joyful. It's so joyful. It's so fun. It's so rainbow. But I'm so used to it being dark, and the contrast isn't as clear on this version, so I can't find it on my taskbar now. Oh, woe is me. Miraku is Gearple? Your name is about purple. That's true, your name is about purple. Your hair is also purple. But you are mostly green. Poll ended? Aha! Okay, so bingo card won on Twitch. On YouTube, it also won. So, so I'm going to end that poll. Bop. So I guess we are going to do the bingo card. Yeah, with bingo on Twitch. Okay. So let me write that down somewhere. Extra credit. So what I will do is, after stream today, I will update the announcement post from today with that and the details for it, perhaps. Yeah, we'll figure out how that's all gonna work. I'll get all the details up as best as I can, probably after stream today. And then we should be good to go. But yeah, yaha, waha. Might need help generating a card. Okay, I can find a way. I might pre-generate a bunch of cards if people need them too. So then you could grab it if you wanted to. Because I never opened that website. Oh. I was also thinking about switching our bingo over to something that someone had placed in suggestions, I think. Apparently there's a Twitch like plugin or something that can do bingo. So I may switch us over to that at some point just because this bingo site is hard to update. Like if I want to change the terms that are in it, it actually takes me a surprising amount of time to do it, which is why I don't update it very often. So I'll check into some things before everything goes live, but theoretically, mid-April will be when this extra credit is due. Yippee! Wahoo! Yaha! Yes, one of my favorite late night streamers of Plate Up uses it. Ah, see, what is it called, Riraku? What is it? Because somebody said it in, I think in the Discord, but I lost the message because I don't know if it was said in suggestions. What is it called? Do you know? Do you happen to be familiar? I'm forcing Riraku to exchange me information today. Bingo? It's just called Bingo? Bingo Twitch plugin. Okay. Hell yeah. I will look into that. Got it. Tuki's a streamer who has it. It's on their page. Okay, I might snoop on them just to see how they have it set up, probably. One. Thank you, you're cool. So each generates a bingo card and makes a design to get at least one bingo on it. Yes, that is what it is also. Yes, that is the goal. That is the aim, perhaps. Yay! Okay. So, I'm going to now... Oh, wait. Move that down a little bit. Yeah, okay. I'm going to teleport us into the drawing room, and I'm going to move us in the direction of being started. We're going to start talking rubric, perhaps. I do have to take rolls still, though, but I do have bingo pinned already. We'll do prediction once we get there, though. Wait, I forgot to tell you a really good thing. I forgot to tell you a really good news. There's a really good thing that I forgot to tell you about. I forgot to tell you. I'm so freaking back. Despite the world deciding it hated me this morning, guess what? Guess what I have? Guess what I have for the first time in months? Guess what? A good news. I know, crazy. I don't often have those, but I have a good news. Can you hear this? Can you hear this? It's fish crackers! It's fish crackers! The fish crackers are finally back down to like a normal price. They're finally a normal price again. I don't know what the hell was going on for a hot minute when they were like $14 and $12. $7 when Jovi and I went grocery shopping on Sunday. I was so over the moon about it. I haven't had a fish cracker in so long. Oh, don't worry, I'm snacking on them right now. That's why I remembered. I brought myself my snack and I forgot to take any of it before starting because, as I said before, everything hates me and I had to fight like 9 different things in order for stream to start today. But I have a string cheese and I have my fish cracker and everything is right in the world, I say. It's not. Everything is really wrong in the world, but in my little bubble where I'm sitting right now, I have aloe beverage, I have fish cracker, and I have cheese string. So I'm gonna be okay right now, at least. Oh man, that hits the spot. Here, you want some? Streammates, I can share my fish crackers with you if you want some. $7 sounds insane. No. I buy the gallon cart, like the full gallon. $7 is a little bit more reasonable for that. I still feel like it might be a little bit steep, but it's better than $12 to $14. It's within a range I'm willing to buy because I just need the joy that fish crackers bring me. The one that looks like a big milk carton? Yes. Yeah, gallon size. Nom nom nom. Come here, streammates. Have your snack. E.g. with fish crackers while everything is on fire outside. Yeah. Price of gas went up, price of fish cracker went down. Coincidence? I'm kidding. Not a coincidence. There are many evils at play in the world right now. Eat them by the handful? No, no, no. They're more fun when you don't eat them by the handful. They're more fun when you eat them one at a time and you savor them. You must savor the fish cracker. You must treat them with respect. Also, if I ate them by the handful, I think I'd run out by the end of the week. Captain Ari, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Would you like a fish cracker? Just realizing how expressive your mouth tracking is. Thanks, I made it myself. It's why when I eat snacks most of the time, I like hang out right here. I've got to tilt my head up so I'm too short. Hang on, wait, actually. Let me get the step stool out. Bam. Now you can see me. Fish crackers are divine. Thank you, I agree. Ah, what have you done to my neck? Snack's so good I don't want to put it down to actually do stream. This is why I have to eat before I go live. Oh my god, I'm so small. Partial to off-brand Ritz. I'm also partial to those like buttery, round, circular crackers. They're very nice. Oh, Joby got those. Do you know the square cheddar sandwich cracker things where it's got peanut butter in the middle? Joby got those too, and we ate some yesterday as well. Your hair's extra shaky, clippy today. It's because we've got small EG, long hair, and long neck all on all at once. The more toggles we layer, the more my hair breaks. So like my hair is like self-colliding right now near my one eye. If you can see that, that's why it's like. Do you have regular fish crackers or the extra cheesy ones? I prefer the regular ones. The extra cheesy ones are too like messy to eat. I don't like Cheetos. I don't like snacks that have powder all over them because I tend to work and eat at the same time and they just make too much of a mess. I can't be doing that. Fair? Neon orange crackers? Yeah, I love me a nice neon orange snack. What is my hand doing? This is a cheese stick. I swear to you, it's not my hand. It's recognizing the wrapper of my cheese stick I have in this hand as being a different hand. I'm gonna finish my snacks, that way I'm not hungry during stream, and then we'll actually start. Sorry. If you were wondering what I'm eating right now, I am having a string cheese, and every time I take a bite of string cheese, I put like 3 fish crackers in my mouth, and I call this poor man's charcuterie. It's like all the experience of charcuterie, crunchy snack, piece of cheese, kind of like a cracker, but like it's not expensive meats or cheeses, and it's like low moisture skim string cheese and just goldfish crackers. This is like charcuterie board, but for like a 10-year-old essentially. Did I tell you guys that my coworkers make fun of me for when I pack myself for lunch at work? Nowadays, they make fun of me. They tease me. What I pack for myself for lunch at work is a PB&J. I do toast my PB&J, and I use crunchy peanut butter, and I've been using orange marmalade. So, like, it is a slightly elevated peanut butter and jelly sandwich experience. But I pack that, and I am going to be packing myself a baggie of fish crackers. I usually have, like, a little baggie of grapes, and then one of those, like, little chocolate chippy granola bars. When I get my lunch out at work, the professor I work with, there's another tech from across the hall who eats with us sometimes. They're like, E.G., why do you have your lunch packed like you're like an elementary schooler? Peanut butter and jelly. I had an applesauce cup the other day. They were like, you pack your lunch like you're an elementary schooler. Why? I was like, because I like it. Can't believe E.G. hates normal PB&Js. No, I also love normal PB&Js. I'm just having a fancy PB&J because I want to have one. It's good food? I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, why are you guys haters? The professor who I work with always has, like, he makes himself, like, a hoagie, essentially, for lunch. Where he's got, like a nice bread roll with his deli meat and cheese and lettuce and tomato and mayo and stuff like that. And, like, whatever other things he has packed with him. And I'm like, come on, man. I get it that you pack yourself a, like, fancy, healthy lunch, but, like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time. I'm packing my lunch 10 minutes before I leave the house in the morning. You can't make me do it any sooner. False. My every lunch is a 3-bread, peanut butter and strawberry jam sandwich and mini Doritos. Yeah, that's a fantastic lunch. I love this as a lunch. I support your lunch decision. And I'm glad you support my lunch decision because my coworkers don't. They make fun of me for it. So I can't wait to make it more extreme tomorrow by bringing my fish crackers with me. And I'll probably bring a string cheese also in my lunch. And they're gonna look at me with confusion in their eyes. Because once again, my coworkers, also the people who I work with, still have not figured out what my age is, nor have the students. The students were all, for some reason, under the guise that I'm, like, maybe a year or two older than them. Which is not true. Your coworkers are losers here. When I say they're making fun of me, they're teasing me. They're not being, like, mean-spirited. They are very nice. We're like, joking around about it. The long neck is a new redeem. It's been around for a little bit. We don't tend to use it all that often, but right now they're torturing me, which is why it's here. They're being mean. They're trying to make it so that I can't see you out from behind the captions. Yeah. What's the largest number they guessed? Who guessed? Oh my god. Me eat my snack in peace. Please, please. Used to bring zebra cakes as part of my lunch for work. Okay, but that slaps. I've never had a zebra cake, but I've had a couple other kinds of tasty cake, and they're also yummy. Wow, this is a pose. My body looks so short and squat when my neck is this long. It makes me look so disproportional. No, we tried to make you see us when we were small. Oh, it untoggled improperly. It didn't untoggle properly. That's what happened. It overlapped its toggle with something else, and I think I'm just stuck like this now. There we go. I fixed it. You look like a little nightmares adult! Amber, that's, I think, the meanest thing you've ever said to me. How could you? Oh my god! Hey! Mean! No! I'll see you with the short hair. Oh, sorry, hang on, I'll put it back. There you go. Shortens hair. I find this slightly unsettling. Me too. Although I find most of the things we do here slightly unsettling. Little Nightmares adults have cool character design. They do, but they're, like, horrifying to look at. And I'm supposed to be a cute, friendly little fella. Also, re-animal now? Re-animal? What do you mean re-animal? What am I supposed to be re-animaling? Being bullied by their own mods, truly delightful. Usually my mods defend me, so I'll allow them to poke fun at me once or twice. I permit it. Basically, Little Nightmares 3 or 4. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, Selma, welcome back for 21 months. If those months were years, then your sub could drink alcohols in the US of A. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation, and I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Final bite of snack, and then we can actually get started. Reanimals co-op. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Hang on, wait. Pause. There's a game that came out recently that I really love the prequel to, and the sequel has multiplayer. I have not bought it yet. I'm waiting for my paycheck at the end of the week. Slay the Spire 2! I love Slay the Spire so much. It is one of my favorite games. I think it was my most played game of, like, 2023. I used to play it a lot when I was in grad school. I love turn-based combat and card-based combat, where you can, you know, build synergies and do all kinds of fun things. So on Friday, I might buy it both for me and Jubby so we can play it together. And if we do that, maybe I'll make Jubby play it with me on stream at some point too. Or maybe I can just play it on stream at some point. Ready to play that? Someday. I really like it though. I really like it. Also, speaking of games I like, I actually really like Make a New Track. Crazy Mamusume news from EG. I actually really like this game mode. It's way more fun to me than the previous 2 modes were because it feels like I'm playing more of a game. It's not as like idle, just click button over and over and over again. I like have to strategize and use my brain and think things through and make decisions every turn, and take risks or not take risks. I really like it. It's really fun. I'm playing it. I'm enjoying it. And also, I don't feel bad about the fact that I only play 1 run a day. It's fine. I think I won't get overwhelmed with it. And I'm definitely not going to go hard for trying to make Umas for champions meetings, but I don't really do that anyway, so I'll be fine. But anyways, yeah, that's the EG Gamer update for the day. Man, I'm really becoming more of a gamer these days. But yeah, it's been an hour. Key shake. Yep, it has. Well, I technically started 15 minutes
hey,
late,
it's Gary.
so not really,
And to quote Amber, jingle, jangle,
Hi,
jingle,
Gary.
jangle.
Mm-hmm. Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle. Keys. Lock in. We'll lock in. Technically not a full hour because I started late, but like legally it's 3 p.m. so I should start anyway. So what we have here before us is, first of all, a rubric Chan designed by Fish. Thank you, Fish, for designing a rubric Chan based on our rubric that we use for grading. Look how adorable this fella is. So then what we have here on the right is the character design rubric that we use to remain as unbiased and objective as possible in our character design critiques we do on stream. So, a design can receive up to a total of 10 points. 2 points coming from each of 5 categories. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. 2 get full points for color palette. The palette should be cohesive and interesting. The contrast should work at a distance, and the color placement should support the focal point, and a strong color hierarchy should be present. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. If the hues and values should just be completely revisited. 4. Silhouette, 2 get full points. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. It should have strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, and contrasting shape language. You will get no points for silhouette if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise just needs a ton more definition. 4. Complexity versus clarity, 2 get full points. The level of detail should be appropriate to the medium we're working in. The details that are included should be specific and support both the concept and focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if your design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. For focal point, 2 get full points. The primary focal point should be well executed. The primary focal point is the face, predominantly the eyeballs, because the eyes are the window to the soul. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face first and then visually explore the rest of the design. You will get no points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over-under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, 2 get full points for concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be identified visually. This includes things like your characters, cultural background, fashion sense, species if they're an animal, their occupation, your personality, including but not limited to all those things. You will get no points for concept and motifs if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. You can also receive up to 3 bonus points. You can get 1 bonus point for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept. You can get 1 bonus point for having a unique, exciting art style. And /or you can have 1 bonus point because I put you in the fridge, because I like it. Personal taste. Yeah. So that's the rubric. Wow, that was a quick rubric. I locked in for that one. I tried my best. So, got that out of the way. We will move into doing a skip the line VTuber design critique first, but this fella does fit our theming for today, which is purple. It is Ruraku. But real quick before we look at Ruraku's design, we need to take roll and do a prediction. So we'll set those things up. Pixel Secret, thank you for following, I appreciate it. First, roll! Who's here for class today? If you'd like to check in for class, you can use the 1-point channel point redeem known as here on Twitch, or you can use your fingers and type in the YouTube chat to say hi or here or hello or something. So let me just go back in time. Let's see who is here today. I see Edward, Mad Buns, Jazzy Cat, Startsin, Oxide Aerith, Friendly Guy, Jarl Odin, Blue Fire Blood, Bleak, Sanizum, Undead Diver, Chili, Fern, Witchsteria, Manzana, Riraku, Opalescent, Arachnus, Shulemia, Magnus, Cecil Sade, Grimoire, Guestbook, Nilo, who I think's name I already read, maybe. Corey, Rex, Star Tenchi, Luanson, Cece, March Rabbit, Amber, also, Captain Airy, Binary Star Vixen, hi. Raru Rara? Haru Rara? What do you mean Haru Rara, Amber? What are we talking about Haru Rara for? Raru Rara. Her name is Haru Urara. You said Raru? Oh, did I? I may have said that. That may have been somebody's name. I may have also just ran my words together, maybe. While reading names. I may have run my words together. Or I may have just made a silly noise. Hi, Moss Cake! I see you in YouTube chat also. That's it, right? Yeah. Haru Urara. Haru Urara. Hello. Okay, prediction. How many designs do you think I will get through today? Oh, same as usual, 30 minutes. Your options are 4, 5, 6, or 7. I highly doubt we'll get to 8. Let me copy and paste this to YouTube, and then we'll go. We'll start. How crazy. I got through all those things really quick. Faster than average, I feel like. Which makes up for the fact that I was a little bit behind schedule otherwise. Bam. Start poll, start prediction. We're ready. So, first, Riraku. First we have Riraku with a skip the line. So, Riraku did provide us with some details that I will read here for you. But Riraku's name is Riraku Mushi, and can be found at Riraku Mushi on everywhere, apparently. So, Riraku is a representation of, this is a quote from Riraku. Riraku's take 3. Riraku is a representation of my abandoned dreams and hobbies, in quotes, or in parentheses, fashion, design, gaming, art, singing, etc., that have been preserved in a hidden mountain valley, where she watches the world through the reflection of the night sky in a massive glacial lake of the Pacific Northwest, which is represented with her reflection pool-style eyes and the raindrop jewelry. Riraku is a Japanese loanword for lilac. Mushi means insect/small, insignificant thing/bug, inspired by the song Mushi by Duran Gray. She's a pixie, though, who makes fancy fashionista clothing out of the wings of moths, and the bodies. Waste not, want not. My concerns are the obi belt rendering. Supposed to be fuzzy body of the Luna moth, her OG outfit is based on. I feel like it doesn't match, but I also love it. Also, the chatelaine tool belt accessory. Working. It won't stick out normally, but it will swing about with movement and hang down normally. The shoes will change, I just ran out of time. Also, I tried my best to correct the color balance of it, but it's still looking too bright or off. I'll have to wait until I get my new computer to fix. Oh, I hope you get your new computer soon, Riraku. Riraku and I were commiserating a little bit just in the Discord server about how shoes are so hard to design. Why are shoes so hard to design? I struggle with them. There are people who design such sick shoes for character design. I have such a hard time with it for some reason. So I've been on a practicing arc for it recently to try and figure it out. So noted. Something about shoes, they're just weird. I feel like there's not as much flexibility with how you can create them. I don't know. Hi, Sunny Sage. Just popped in. This is cool art. Yeah, Ryuku did a good job on this one. The texture is really nice. Also, hi, Spacey. Yeah, fellow purples. Yeah. Also, the staff slash sword is a first draft design that I didn't have time to fix up to match the rainbow drop slash new style of jewelry. Ah, I see. Okay, noted. I just didn't do that. Shoes? You mean funky bug feet? Yeah, that is something you could do, I guess. I have shoes. I literally just was like, I'm gonna wear my Doc Martens that I wear every day anyway on my VTuber model, because why not? So, let's take a look throughout. So, very clearly, I think we are getting the moth. The Luna moth is very clear. The eye marks, I guess they're called, on the Luna moth's wings are sort of iconic, and the shape of the sleeves are also very clearly wings. Also, the back of your dress becoming sort of like the tail of the Luna moth too. Lovely. Is this another VTuber's art or yours? This is another VTuber's art. We're doing critiques for other fellas. So Ryuku Mushi, who you see in the chat here, this is Ryuku's art. Ryuku, are your pronouns she, her? Is this a question I've ever asked you? I should have put the information in here though, so people can see it and refer to you properly. Yeah, she, her, okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't assuming that. Ryuko, I have to let you know that for some reason I always miscalculate where the double letter is in your name. I always want to double up the R instead of the K, and I don't know why. So I psych myself out every time I'm spelling your name, and I feel so bad, and I never spell it wrong anyway, somehow. I always manage to spell it right, but I'm always like, the number of letters here does not look right to me. And I don't know why I psych myself out so much. Oh, Adaristrix, welcome in. Or welcome back. 5 months, Ourple. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us also. I question myself too every time. Okay, that makes me feel less bad about it. I always have to like really think it through to make sure I've spelled it properly. But there we go. Get the deets in here properly. Bam. So, the eyelets help me to tell that you are a moth-inspired design, as do your lovely antenna. Something that we could just like start with first things first here is Ryuku's silhouette. You're gonna make me work to try and select your silhouette though, because I think your hair has a million negative space areas in it. And something that I always say in VTuber design is the more you make me work to select all of the interior spaces in something where you've got all these little negative space gaps, usually the stronger and more recognizable your silhouette is. So I think that is working for you. K. Thank you for following. K. Drop the beat. Thank you for following though. Oh man, I don't even know if I'll manage to get all of them. I'll just try my best. But I think you can tell from how much time I'm spending doing this that Ryuku is going to have a very recognizable silhouette. Let's see, was there anything else further down I had to select? I don't think so. Bam. Yeah, that's Ryuku. No questions asked. You've got a lot of weight in your hair here, and your hair is an incredibly specific shape, as are your sleeves and like the back end of your outfit as well. So yeah, incredibly distinct. I would know this is Ryuku anywhere. So first of all, 10 out of 10 silhouette. Second of all, you do have a good bit of subtle asymmetry too that feels natural. You've got your hair florals, which I love how big and chunky you've made them now. I feel like they used to be much smaller. The exaggeration is really nice because it still feels elegant, but now like they take up more space and they add more to the asymmetry of the design. So they match the coloring of sort of the edges of this. They didn't exist before? I swear to God you had something on your head. Didn't you have something on your head before? Maybe it was just like hair accessories. Am I misremembering? I might be. Anyways, I like them. They're good. The exaggeration is lovely. Sunny DeSage, thank you for following also. But these are great. It adds nice subtle asymmetry, as does your hair. Your hair is very naturally drawn too. Your hair would feel very stiff if it was perfectly symmetrically mirrored, but all of your locks from left to right are differently created, so they feel much more natural. And, you know, the classic left-right split of a kimono or something like that does work. Yeah, and the top won't be a violation of any kind? Correct! You can show as much cleavage as you want. However, you can't show any underbreast. I would warn you that they may get a little funny about this, about the sides up here, but it seems like the ruling on outside edge, if it's not on the lower side, seems a little bit unclear. So I think you'll probably be fine. But if you're worried about it, you may want to just have something that is like underneath maybe. In that way. Had started to change it after the last critique, but abandoned the changes and changed them all. Oh man. So many changes. So many changes. But hey, iteration is great. Iteration is helpful. So, first of all, silhouette. Lovely, fantastic, no questions asked. It passes. Where's my multiplier there? Bam. Let me draw a ladder, so we can do a ladder test on you here. And I'll explain the ladder test, because it's the first time I'm doing it today. You thought you'd catch me lacking or slacking on the ladder test for bingo, but I'm not gonna let you have it that easily. You gotta wait at least 2 hours for me to forget it. But the ladder test is a test we use in character design to make sure that a design has interesting distribution of detail vertically, because as humans, we're really tall and narrow. So we draw a line or a rung for our ladder. Everywhere there's a major division in the character's design, whether it be coming from contrast or like the edge of an item or something like that. So we'll draw those lines. Like I'd qualify this as a line because these are sort of almost horizontal. I'd say there's almost a line here and here, but I don't know if I'd want to draw those all the way across. There's one here. You've got all these little accessories that add some division from the chatelaine, as we have learned it's called. There's like one in the center here. This is sort of hard to draw a line for, but I think that's the best I can do. Your necklace has like 2 of them. You've got your hair accessory kind of on the same line. Your hair, your eyes, the top of your bangs, the top of the florals on your head. Whoops, I've somehow switched tools, even though I didn't mean to. And the top of your antenna. So if I turn all of that off, you do have a good variety of spacings. Some of the spacing up here gets a little bit even, where things seem to be a little bit equidistant, but it is good clustering around your head, having more detail up here. It does help the focal point to be your face a little bit more. And then leaving the bottom of the body more sparse does help to create a little bit more contrast there. You've got some asymmetry moving throughout the design as well. Variety of widths of things. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about it. I think maybe it might just be that the height of this jewel is, or like the necklace, is the same height as the base of the necklace to your chin, which is more or less the same distance from your chin to the underside of your eyes, which is more or less the same distance from your eyes to your hairline, kind of. So you do have a little bit of similar sizes there. What if, instead of having a necklace that is more like one big cord, you had a necklace that is replicating some of those like open patterns, where it's like a little bit taller? So you could get those teardrops at like a larger scale. I don't know why I still had a line tool going on. What is happening? Clip Studio Paint 5 is a little funky. But like you could have it be almost like 2 layered here. Because you do have a very long neck, which is something that I tend to see in like fashion illustration. But you could have your like teardrops like in here or something too, sort of connecting these elements maybe. And then that would make it so that you aren't having that similar like size thing happening. Honestly, this might need to be a little bit higher for that though, but that way your rungs that are happening around your neck won't be as consistent. Now you've got a halfway point here, which breaks it up just a little bit more. And then for your hair, or not your hair, for your florals, I do wonder if for the balance of this, if you just need one more of these flowers over here, because it feels like this whole object is going to fall off your head one way a little bit. You might just need one more of them over here just to make it feel balanced as far as weight goes, you know? Thus emphasizing the repeating pattern. Yeah, I think we can emphasize the repeating teardrops a little bit more by doing that, which might help. You were also concerned about the obi and how it feels like fluffy. The way you rendered this feels so one-to-one with what I expect the sensation of touching a fluffy moth would feel like. So I'm not really having any trouble with reading it that way. Although I do see what you mean about it feeling maybe a little bit out of place. And that is mostly coming from the fact that there's no repetition of this texture in the design, where everything else seems to have more than one location, but this is the only place this is occurring. So if you repeated it by having, I don't know, like some sort of like fluffy cuffs around your wrists or something, or if you gave yourself like a little bit of like fluff under here or something, where we can see that there's like an underneath layer in here that is fluffier, or I don't know if the necklace is a good opportunity for it, but like maybe it could be somewhere in your headband or something. Yeah, or maybe on the shoes you could have something that's a little bit fluffier. You could have like little bits around your ankles. But I think repetition will help to make that feel more like it's at home there. 1950s fluffy heels. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be fun. But I think the way that it's rendered already is fine. I struggled putting it anywhere. It kept disappearing. Fair. I think you just need to be more confident about putting it a couple places, because while some applications of it may make it feel a little bit silly, the way you rendered it makes it feel like it is like a professional material. It doesn't feel like clown-like or silly. It feels professional. So I think it would be beneficial to have it in a couple other little places, just so that it's repeated. There we go. Also on bingo, Ruku, thank you. I do get to check the box for anatomically atypical boobs here in this case. We were asking earlier what that meant. And Ruku, I think, is an example for us here. No pom-poms? No, you don't have any pom-poms. You don't need pom-poms. Don't go for pom-poms. But find some place where you can add little bits of fluff somewhere. Perhaps in the design. Let me see. Did I have anything else I needed to check off here? Your hair's not really multicolored, but you do have giant sleeves. I was waiting for it to be mentioned. Yeah, it will be mentioned. There's no problem with having that in a design, but we're just checking the box for it. I got free space. I don't think there's spot blacks really. Oh, yeah, that's about it that I have to check the box. Pom-poms would not fit the vibe. Yeah, no, pom-poms would feel silly. We don't need pom-poms. Just maybe some fur cuffs somewhere might be nice. Also, you were saying something about the colors not really working for you, but I think the colors are working better than they were in previous iterations, for me at least, where I don't really have much trouble with them as they are now. The only issue I'm having, maybe color-wise, is that there's not a lot of clarity around these flowers in your hair, because gonna make a guess that they're a similar value to your hair, maybe? Let's find out. Oh no, they are a bit darker. Maybe we just need a drop shadow behind them or around them somewhere, because I do just lose them a little bit in your hair. Although, one of the other ways we could provide a little bit more contrast might be through adding like leaves or something. And that would also help to distribute the green into your hair a little bit, because right now the green doesn't really appear outside of your torso. And you are mostly green. But for the sake of like uniting the whole design and the color palette throughout, it might be nice to have a little more green. Because you have it down here in these little bits that are dangling. But you might just want like, oh, here's some green that's behind this. Here's some green that's in this little pocket. Here's a little bit of a leaf there. And here's a leaf here or something. I don't know what the leaves of this particular plant looks like, but perhaps. I'm also surprised. Riddle me this. Your name is Lilac. Is this lilac? Is this lilac? Is that what lilac looks like? I haven't looked at lilac in so long. Add more shadow and contrast. Oh, they're boring normal leaves. Ah, I see. Those are lilacs? Okay, they are. They're really big, which I know that you're doing because it's playing scale because you're really small, but as a result of that, I think in my brain, I think of lilac as being so much smaller that I wasn't really realizing it, which totally fair and fine. Moth wings count as a wing motif? Yeah, I would say so. I would agree with that. But yeah, man, the leaves are gonna be really big compared to it, but they're kind of like heart-shaped, which might be nice. But yeah, Leaves might be good to sort of unite your color palette a little bit. Yeah, distribute maybe a little bit of green throughout. Yeah, I might add a little bit more drop shadow under them just to try, just to see also. Multiply. I'll grab like one of the darker colors in your hair, maybe. Whoops, too dark. Hang on. Bear with me. And then like putting that under the florals. Let's see if I put it like under here and like under here. Some of the hair that's behind your head could probably be pushed a little bit darker or lighter. I've seen a lot of anime style artists who make hair that's behind the head lighter as opposed to darker, which is interesting. And that could be a strategy that you try as well if you're trying to go for something that's maybe a little bit more ethereal and pastel and bright. I have ideas for adding leaves without making it huge. Okay, sounds good. Let's see, is that helping a little bit? Yeah, I think that is helping to make it pop just a little bit more. But as far as clarity goes, I think that's really my only concern. For the most part, you don't have too many areas where one color borders another color and I can't tell where the edge of one is versus the other. So I think you're doing all right. Generally, you may just want like a little bit more in your armpit area of this blue that you have here. You could gradate it out. But man, I love the texture you've used. It's so sparkly. It adds so much depth. It makes it so interesting to look at visually. Texture, I think, is like an underrated component in VTuber design because a lot of anime styles aim to be so soft or like so simplified that they just don't have a lot of texture. But texture tells us so much about objects and their composition, and it can add so much interest to things. It's so good and useful. Oh, a couple people checked in. Hi, Vicky and Starless Mage and Dr. Shooty and BF. Hello. Having fluff on the flowery crown would be cute, or fluff at the base of the antennas. Yeah, you could do that too, perhaps. That could be another place where the fluff goes. Where's my layer that I was drawing the fluff on? This one. I've labeled nothing, which is going to be an interesting issue. But yeah, you could do that. Almost like how my Uma that I made for last Friday had an ear fluff around one side. You could have like some sort of fur in the hair accessory or something. Maybe it goes on this side to sort of counterbalance the weight of the accessory on this side. Nyla, you never heard? I think I read your name anyway. Lunar Moth VTuber? Yeah! Riraku. Did we take attendance? It was gone for a few minutes. Yes, we did. Don't worry, I think I called your name anyway, Nilo, because I think you redeemed something, and I read it, because I wasn't paying attention as to what it was. Yeah, what if the fluff on the antenna is the same as the OB sash? Yeah, I would imagine they'd probably be the same. If I, like, were to come in here and, like, render it a little bit, it might be a little bit clearer what it is, where I've drawn it in a couple of miscellaneous places. There we go. And if you want to, you could place like this sort of like central bow around, you know, the ankle ones as well, or around the wrist or something too, just for consistency. Add a little bit more detail if you want to. But yeah, okay. So I think that's working. My only other thing for clarity is that your earrings, I know they're supposed to be like real small and dainty, but I am losing them a bit into your hair as well, where I can see the teardrops a little bit, but we might just want to exaggerate the shapes of them a little bit more. You've sort of framed them in gold, but I'm wondering if it might be better to just make them entirely blue and then just add like a gold like accent or something on them, like on the bottom. But they're just small in a way that makes it kind of hard to see them. And I think layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Wow. They're the exact same values as your hair is too. So you should probably make them brighter or darker in some capacity. I think brighter may be the better option. Let me just see if I can find like a nice like sky blue or something. Although maybe the whole thing doesn't even have to be that color. Maybe you just need some brighter highlights on them. they'll pop a little bit more. So I can see that a little bit better from a distance now with those brighter tones. And maybe we just push the shadows even darker than they are right now, because right now they're not getting super dark either. Stop making things so dainty. I wasn't sure about brighter, because to me they move from the eyes being focal, it felt like. I don't think they're stealing the focus from the eyes too much. Your eyes are very big and open, and your eyes have a lot of contrast in them. So like, because you have really saturated irises, and then really dark pupils, and then really bright highlights, and a really bright sclera, and then really dark eyelashes, all of that contrast keeps your eyes pretty focal even at a distance. But the funny thing about being a Luna moth is that the fake eyes are also focal. But that's kind of the point of those eyes existing on a Luna moth anyway, so I like don't even want to take points off for that, because they are sort of your false eyes, and as being a little sprightly creature, maybe that is something that benefits you, so that, you know, you can disguise yourself and hide from other things. So I think it's fine. Like the moons in the eyes aren't mirrored. Yeah, Ruku is well aware of one of my pet peeves. Ruku was paying attention to the details here. Because if they were mirrored, I probably would have said something. Don't mirror your eye highlights, it makes you look cross-eyed. But yeah, your jewelry might just be a little bit too dainty. Don't be afraid to make it a little bit bigger, especially since you are a little tiny creature. If you are sourcing your jewelry, maybe from humans or something, where this is like a human chain, it's gonna be a little bit bigger, perhaps. Or you don't even have to do it like that. You could use the style of making chain that is just like neat, 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 neat. Just a bunch of little circles, essentially, where you're simplifying the details, but you're making them bigger at the same time. So I can tell you've got a hair accessory a little bit more from a distance. Flash the eyes to shock the fabric acquisition? What? You're using the eyes to shock things so you can acquire fabric? Interesting. They dangle down past the hair to look like wisteria hanging down. Ooh, that's true for these. You could make these longer. So then they're adding more to your silhouette as well. And then it'll balance the wisteria being on the one side of the body too. Like, don't be afraid to make them like super long or something if you have like one that's like here and one that's there. I'm just giving you an entire extra one right now. Bam. Yeah, oh see, that's kind of fun. Now I kind of want to have one that's like closer. I see you've got like 3 little chains in this area or something. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. I haven't drawn them the nicest, but now it feels like your hair is almost like a cloud that is raining. Be more fancy with ear jewelry? Yeah, you can exaggerate it a little bit more. You can make it longer. You could make them more varied as well. So like they're very similar, each of your little jewels. They could have slightly different colors to them. They could have slightly different like chains on them maybe if you wanted to. They don't have to be super duper consistent like that either. But I think that is increasing the amount of droplets that are happening in the design. And there's more blue now happening around your head, which I think is good. I'm gonna tangent just really quickly. One thing that I think that you should make sure is happening, and I'm sure it's probably not just sketch, but make sure that you're like pushing your fabrics out past the edge of the body a good bit so we can tell it's wrapping around. I'm gonna guess right now it's pretty close because this is still pretty sketchy, but from a distance it seems like you're like vacuum formed into the dress a little bit. Some of these lines should just like come out a little bit further so they're not so that this area is not creating a tangent with where your leg line is. So we can tell this fabric has some thickness to it a little bit. And it's something that could be like very subtle in the way that it's executed, but it really goes a long way for making the clothing feel like it has thickness and weight. Do you see that? It's so subtle. Close up, you can see the top is slightly more saturated purple than the pastel undertones. The top? Top of what? That was unintentional. Exaggerate fabric edges a bit more. Yeah, you can push them a little bit more. Mostly just down here. But yeah, you don't have to go super crazy with it. It just helps a little bit if they don't exactly share an edge. If this edge isn't perfectly aligned with this one, it'll feel like there's more thickness and weight. Ruku is stitched in. Yeah, we sewed Ruku right into the dress. They don't ever take it off without completely ripping seams out. But yeah, okay. So, we've got that. Maybe somewhere in the shoe design, your blues could come back as well, because I feel like we may just want one spot of the blue in the lower body. So that way we've just united it across the design as well, but we don't need a ton of it. So when you get to redesigning the shoes, maybe think about how you could place a stone on them or something. But having more fluff all across the top of the dress be a good idea? You could do that. You could have the fluff be all the way across here. Like this. If you wanted to, but I don't know if you necessarily have to. No, vetoed. Okay, Ruku said no. That might be too much for Ruku. No? Also, no? What do you mean? Hang on. All across the top of the dress. What do you mean then? You said no to what I said also. Everyone said no. Okay. Anyways, hang on. What else did I have here? I may have had other things. Let me start checking things off though. Color palette wise, I think no, that's what I meant. Oh, okay. I see. Fur across the top, giving more winter coat vibes. Ah, okay. So, color design, as I'm going to grade it. I think you need to push some of your shadows a little bit darker, as we had said, especially in like your armpits and behind your hair accessory. But otherwise, I think the color choices are fine. The gold repeats across the torso, but then also at the top of the head and through some of the accessories. Having some more green around the top of the head would probably be good for distribution. And for your shoes, try and keep them, if you're going to put them in like a darker color, make them this color instead of that real saturated pink. I know they're a work in progress still, but make them a color that's already in the palette instead of their own separated color. Just so that way they won't be distracting. But for color palette, I think you're most of the way there. We just need a little more distribution on the green and a little bit more shadow work. So I'd put you like there. For complexity versus clarity, some of your details, as we were saying with your jewelry, are maybe just a little bit too small. I might say the same thing about your chatelaine. You've made it so dainty and delicate. I think we just need to increase the thickness of some of these elements a little bit. A note that I like to give to artists is to aim to be consistent in your outline weight. So you've got these real thick outlines around the body, and then your chains and your jewelry all have a much thinner outline around them, which just makes them a lot harder to read. So we could thicken the actual physical gold pieces of this themselves. I'm not going to do every single one of them. But then at the same time also, make sure that the pen you're using to outline them is similar in scale. If you want to, you can use one pen for the outside edges of things and then use a pen that is thinner for the insides of things, just because it makes it less distracting sometimes. But at the very least, I think that like this part should be darker and thicker, because until I zoomed in, I couldn't tell you were wearing this, just because it was getting a little bit lost. So like you could outline these parts here really dark and much thicker, but then like the parts on the inside maybe are thin and dainty again, just so that it's maybe not as distracting. Just how detailed it is. But do you see how we can now see that from a distance where we couldn't necessarily see it before? Yeah, careful for clarity. Wasn't sure about the line weight, if it was good to be the same or smaller. Yeah, I would suggest that for most things, you should have consistent line weight. So like, I think that would go for all of the objects that are attached to your chatelaine right now. And then I would say to handle the chain on here, similarly to how you end up handling the chain for the earrings, just because right now it is also so thin and spindly and the outlines are so small, we can't really see it, so we're losing those edges a little bit. Really helps to emphasize the moon shape of it. Yeah! So just be careful about those things. But that's not really a major part of the design. I think most of your detail work is totally fine for the scale that it is. It's mostly just the chains and the metal pieces that need a little bit of editing. For the focal point, I think your head is pretty focal, as I said before. Most of the purple appearing in this area does help a lot to make your head focal. Whoopsie. And then also the blue of your eyes, the contrast of your eyes is all doing the right things. The eyes on your sleeves are distracting from the focal point, but for concept reasons, I'm not going to hit you for that because that's the whole point of the eyeballs on Luna moths. They're supposed to read as eyes, and eyes are distracting. So it's fine. I'm not bothered by it. I'd pass you on that. So focal point, I think, is totally fine. Oh wait, I might take 1 whole point off for complexity versus clarity just for the need to distribute the fur also a little bit more throughout. But for concept, you are very stylish. So the idea that you are somebody who is creating their own clothing does not come as a surprise to me, especially because of all the texture in the clothing. Like, these feel embroidered to the texture you've used. This is a very shiny, sparkly fabric. These feel like lines of beads running down. Like, this feels like a very ornate, high-quality garment that was crafted. So I think that does help to sell me on the idea that you made it yourself. And then clearly you are a moth. And then the scale of the wings, as well as the scale of the flowers, does help to make you feel nice and little and small, like the fae that you are. As does your sharp pointy ear. So I don't really have any concerns for you as far as concept goes. Most of the suggestions were like technical things. You've got concept pretty well figured out at this point. Other than the fact that we were pushing the teardrops to be a little bit clearer, but I think that's more up in here though. So I think that's the grade I have. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10? I don't know what you had before, and I think the last time we graded you was on the old rubric. But this is still quite the respectable score. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. Okay, I just had to make sure my math was right. Bam. Yeah, I did so much better. Yeah! Congrats, Ruruku! I mean, this looks really great to me. I'm really excited for you. I think all the iterating you've done on this design has done so much for you. Got a 6 last time. Oh my gosh, Ruruku, you got an 8.5 on a much harsher rubric this time too. This has come a long ways, and I'm so proud of you for sticking with it. It looks so good now. I'm so excited. I'm so proud of you for sticking with it. Delicious? Yeah. Textures are delicious. The texture work is so lovely. Good work. Also, I love these little doodles so much. Oh my god, they're so like graphic. You're chopping up these little creatures to make your clothing. But the chibis also do make it clear that you do chibiify quite well. So like your level of detail is great. You'd be very recognizable as a little creature. Go work, Ruruku. Me, files, save as. Let me stick this in the skip the line area because I didn't actually save it yet. Hang on, yeah, live crits. Model refs. Oh, where is SPQRS? Skip the line. Ruruku 2026 model. Bam! I wish you good luck with figuring out your shoes also. Did EG forget the ladder? I did not. I did not forget the ladder. The ladder was present. We did have a ladder, you have to believe me. It was here. This is a plushifiable Ruruku, yes, but it is on the fridge, EG. I don't put skip the line designs on the fridge because I feel like it's like unfair. I don't know how to do it in a way that is fair or not, because they don't end up being on the thumbnails, and I can't separate my bias of this is a shroomate who worked really hard from whether or not I like the design, so I don't know how to do it. I'm so happy I can look for a new job without worry now. What do you mean look for a new job without worry? What were you worrying about? Were you worrying about submitting? I'm glad that your worries have been lifted, but good luck. I got a glowing review from Squiiji when we first, in quotes, met. Huh? Is this our first meeting? What do you mean we first met? Huh? Is this our first meeting now legally? Nice to meet you, Ruruku. Pop. This is into the void. I gotta keep us moving. Because we did spend 45 minutes on that, and I would like to get through a couple of designs. Ah! So, next we have Milky Bear TV. Squeegee, you're doing viewer sketches for Art Fight. Oh, you're right! Oh my god, you're so right! I did draw you. I drew you for that on stream so long ago. Oh my god, I forgot. Man, that was like one of my very first streams too. Dang, thanks for sticking with me. Yeah, I drew Ririku. Who else did I draw? I think I drew Ri. I drew one of Odgepodge's characters. And I drew someone else, I can't remember, but yeah, that was so long ago. Excited about Art Fight this year? Me too. Me too. I'm a little better prepared for Art Fight this year than I was last year, I think. Which is something I say every year. But next design that we have to critique here is Milky Bear TV. She/her. Roommates, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Milky Bear went on hiatus as of last week. Is on an indefinite hiatus as of last week, so I don't know if that means they'll come back, but they're like not technically graduated. But I was like, oh no, the timing! So, Milky Bear, if you're out there, I hope you see this, and I hope that you're a little reassured with VTubing and with your design and things, and I hope you're doing all right. Yeah, it's only recent. Yeah, it is very recent. So, but this design was submitted a decently long time ago. So, Milky Bear is still around in some capacity and still has been tweeting post indefinite hiatus announcement. So, yeah. This is Milky Bear TV, she/her at Milky Bear TV. The notes are, I worked with my artist Kin Likes Fries on Fiverr. I gave her the worst sketch ever to start it, but I've been working on it for a very long time, since 2022. I'm about to debut my VTuber model perhaps in July this year, which I think was last July. I wanted her bows to represent non-existent bear ears, since she's an angelic bear. I wear a lot of Lolita fashion IRL, so I wanted her to fit that, but more casual for fans that wanted something more cute. I thought that this was a very successful way of combining a couple elements that we do see sort of commonly in VTubing designs. We see a lot of designs that are, oh, comfy, cozy outfit with big sweatshirt and a skirt and like thigh highs and maybe boots. However, I think this is a particularly memorable version of that, specifically because the Lolita fashion just adds so much more specificity to it. So like the underneath layers here, the giant exaggerated chest bow, multiple types of frills on it, the layering of the skirt, the little bows, they all have to make this much more memorable and recognizable. What do we guess Fairy K before Lolita? I think there's a couple things we could do to make it read a little bit more as Lolita. Because I do think that the style of the sweatshirt right now is not helping. Hate to say it, she doesn't fit Lolita fashion at all. Hang on, that's where my critiques are. I think some of the elements are pushing in the right direction for it, but I think that there's some things that we may need to do to clarify that. Because I'm going to imagine that the artist perhaps was not familiar. So they want a more casual Lolita outfit. The sweatshirt, I think, is maybe just a little too casual. I think that there are Lolita-style sweatshirts, but I guess maybe I would call that more of like a cardigan as an upper layer that may fit both that casual like feeling that they want without feeling so casual. Yeah, casual Lolita is a thing. So like I had a reference image. Where is it? Here. Here's a reference image that I had where this is a sweatshirt that is being worn as a part of this Lolita cord. But the skirt is what makes this so clearly more aligned with Lolita. And then I also had another one. Where was it? Although I guess that one's not as close to Lolita. Not as common these days. A whole style subset back in the 2000s. Let me see if I can just Google casual Lolita, perhaps. Cutsos? Yeah, cutsos, perhaps. Oh, see these casual ones when I'm looking it up end up being much more aligned with like they seem more vintage in their styling. But I think one of the reasons why this reads more directly as Lolita is the skirt and the layering. So here, I think the bagginess of the sweatshirt is part of the trouble, where what I might do is I might crop it. Because it seems like that's something I was seeing in Lolita outfits, was cropped sweatshirts. That way we can get the full cupcake shape, perhaps, of the skirt to be more visible. And I might actually expand the skirt just like a little bit more so that the shape is a little bit clearer. Bam. Go like that. And then all of these elements will also sit at different heights now, which will probably also help. This might be a little bit hard for me to try and fill in and make sense of, but like, okay, here's this element going up like that. Here's this element kind of, oh wait, this is a bow right here. Ah! I'm sort of doing like repairs right now. But I feel like this skirt style will make it read so much clearer. Skirt needs to be longer to at least by a little bit. Yeah, perhaps. The skirt could be a little bit longer. Also, I feel like the low-waistedness of the skirt maybe is also partially what's going on here, too, where maybe the waist of the skirt needs to be just, like, a little bit higher. Whoops, hang on. I'm not fixing both sides. It's gonna take me too long to try and fix both sides. But, you know, here's, like, oops, this purple layer that's under here. And maybe we can see, like, a petticoat that's being worn underneath or something, too. As, like, just, like, another lighter layer that's down here. I don't add too much banding. But I do think you're right that it being cut at, like, mid-thigh doesn't fully feel like the correct height to me. I feel like it should be almost to the knees. Example of old casual Lolita and life suggestions. These days the skirt does need to be puffier still. Ooh, even still, okay. Let me see. Ah! Oh my gosh, with the t-shirts! That's wild! I've never seen this before. Casual Lolita, look at these t-shirts with big skirts and then like knee-high socks. Yeah, okay, this cardigan seems like it might be a good reference. But yeah, my suggestion for this fella might be just that the sweatshirt is perhaps too casual. The skirt may need to be a little bit longer. Oh, how do I even want to do that? I feel like trying to make this edit might be too difficult, but let's see. If I go like this, hang on, get rid of that part, and then stretch it down a little bit, and then stretch it out a little bit. There we go. Like, that may read a little bit more Lolita aligned, yeah. Yeah. Could you add some lace to the hood? I think that'd be sick too. Yeah, I feel like we just need a little bit more adornment on the sweater as well. So let me just patch this a little bit so that it doesn't look like it's full of holes. This shape probably needs to be a little bit more like that. And then the gold would probably be, I haven't selected gold. Hang on, I got this. Gold, and then, oh wait, the gold is along the edge. So here's the gold here, and then the blue, and then fill that in. Yeah. That might be a little bit better. That might be moving in the right direction. Switching this for a cardigan might be a good move, but then again, also, that one example I had, the cords of the hoodie could be an opportunity to add something that's sort of cutesy. Also, where, like, I've seen people who will, like, tie their, like, hoodie cords into little, like, bows or something. Or as, was it this one? Where was it? This one? There's, like, little stars, I think, sewn onto the ends of the, hoodie pulls, and I think that would help. So you've got little, like, wings as, like, one of your aesthetic items, or as, like, a repeating motif. So you could have, like, Cardcaptor Sakura style wings or something at the end of your pull tie thingies. Let me make this one longer, because I feel like if it was breaking this edge, it might work better, although now I'm making it difficult. Hang on. Not my greatest illustration. Pretend that's a wing. You just have to believe me. But either of those things I think would help to make this just a little bit more Lolita aligned. A little bit of like a lace trim around the sleeve maybe, or around the collar. Something like that. Perhaps. The reason my brain isn't registered as Lolita as much as because there's part of me that associates Lolita with more covered clothing. That is an interesting thing as well, where the fact that there's not a blouse being worn underneath may also be why we're missing that association too. Because I do agree with you that when I think of Lolita fashion most of the time, I don't really think of bare shoulders all that often. Probably the 3-tier short skirt for me. Agree on coverage. Ruffled collar might help. Neutral reading is a trendy girl who likes pastel colors going to the mall. Fair, okay. So maybe... And like, I always feel bad covering people up because maybe that's not how this person wants to be. But like, I feel like you may just need like some sort of collared shirt. I feel like there should be tights. Dropped waist and shorter skirt made me think of salopette. I see, okay. It does feel a little bit idol-like also in the way that the skirt is tiered right now. Because I do think Lolita skirts tend to be one bigger, more consistent shape. Like, if I were to drop... Oh, there's so much editing I'm doing now, but like, drop this much lower... Drop this part much lower because I think the proportioning might be a little bit off from my edit also. Where, let me just redesign the skirt here real quick. Total skirt overhaul. Just real quick here. Drop this part down. Cover all this. I've somehow selected multiple colors. Hang on. Although honestly, removing the blue makes it feel a little bit less unusual. Maybe we don't need the blue in this area. Push the pink down a little bit more. If it's gonna be here. And then maybe it could be like one of those pink trims that's more like this, where it's like the way the trim is handled in the torso. And then the purple is just underneath. And then we could still have the gold as like the detailing where there was like the sort of like little like ruffled thing that was coming around, and then you've got your like ribbon and stuff. And then it goes like that, and then we get like another tier of it here or something. But like I feel like that might feel a little bit more aligned. This looks like an idol, and the jacket is like her hanging out backstage. Yeah. Oh, I don't even know if I like the color blocking I've done here. I wanted an angelic, pretty, low-waisted JSK, and good lord, it was too short for my tastes. Never changed at the beginning, really depends on the community. I see. Cobalt Moon, thank you for following. Starting to look like my friend who is an OG Sweet Lolita and Fairy K friend. Okay, so I think that means we're moving in the right direction then. I think if you're saying that, then that means we're moving maybe in the right direction here. But yeah, crop the sweatshirt or make it a cardigan. I might actually cover it here also. Oh my gosh. The amount of editing that I'm doing right now is kind of difficult. But I think that's already helping to push us in the right direction. I think that for the ribbon placement, having them running along the front of the leg is a little bit odd feeling as placement for me, at least. I don't know if anyone else feels that way as well. I feel like it would make more sense to have the ribbons along the outside of the leg. I feel like that's something I see more often in clothing design anyway. And then you can have your little hearts maybe with it along the side of the leg. But I feel like them being on the front is a little bit strange as a three-dimensional object, unless they were repeated more. They just felt odd being so central to me. Do the Sailor Moon-esque buns count as twin tails? Kind of. The one thing I did want to point out though is that I think using the hair with pom-poms to create bear ears is very cute. Now I'm wishing that I made this a pom-pom instead of making it an angel wing. I think pom-poms might be a cute repeating factor here. Like if this thing was a pom-pom, which now we can't see because I've drawn it in a color that's against a color that makes it invisible. But like pom-poms could be a cute, cozy repeating motif here perhaps, since you have them in your hair already. My other question is, how do we feel about the shoes also? I'm not sure that the blue being in that part of the design works as well for me as another color might. Like, as I'm like just sort of trying things out and rearranging things, I almost feel like the shoes should be purple instead of being blue. Because purple's a color, which like, hear me out, this doesn't make sense, but like dark colors being purple for some reason in my mind makes sense. And I've also made the outfit hamburger as opposed to not being. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Do you guys know the hamburger outfit method? Please start the skirt edits. I want to see if there's a difference in read. Whoops, I accidentally made my skirt edits on the same layer. I made it so that we could see the text. Oh no, I edited the original. Oh no. I moved the original parts down, but that's kind of what the original was. Hamburger method. Do you know hamburger method? She's not that bad because the skirt had light blue too. The skirt did have light blue, but I felt like the light blue placement was a little bit odd to me. Still being down there, but I guess we could bring the light blue back in the skirt. Let me undo all of that. I don't know. Something about the way that the color is proportioned is a little bit weird, but maybe that's my fault for making it weirder. But the face ends up being focal when there's less blue in the rest of the design because it makes the eyes stand out more. Although the hair is very dark. Because the light blue feels like an accent. Yeah, it feels more like an accent color. Where it wasn't really being used as an accent color, maybe? Because of the way it's in the shoes? Maybe the shoes need to be pink? With white bows? Aha. Maybe. Or like maybe the bows could be the part that's blue. I just feel like there's too much blue down here. Right now. I don't even know if I like that though. I'm struggling with the coloring. Now she's got the trans flag colors. I mean, she did before. She always did. She always had those colors going on. Purple, I don't know, maybe white? Although it's gonna turn gray because it's not light enough. If I do this. And then like gold accents or something down here still, because I think she had those originally. I might have to like make things brighter. Head glow. Oh, but it's gonna remove all the dark parts. Hang on. I gotta do some like weird editing to try and make this make sense. I may be doing something totally unnecessary right now, but something about that color palette didn't work for me. This is like the worst selection I've ever made. Why is it so funky? There we go. Oh, I don't think I grabbed everything either. There we go. Okay. Edit, lightweight layer, new correction, level correction. Push those values brighter and don't lose the line art. Like, I feel like that works a little bit better for me. But I feel like I'm making some things better and some things worse, unfortunately. Was Luigi hat always sideways? It is sideways because I think I moved it for Halloween EG or a different version of me. And I just never put it back. Blue and purple are very similar in grayscale. Ah, so that may also not be helping so much with clarity too. Kenyon the best one. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. But generally I think what is going on here is that I think that for your skirt and for a couple other elements, you need to be paying a little bit closer attention to what elements will make it read as casual Lolita. The color palette was a little bit funky in a couple places. As far as clarity goes, I don't really have much of an issue, despite the fact that the blue and purple are similar in value. They weren't touching each other before, so it's not too bad. But there was something about the proportioning of blue in the design, making it feel less like an accent and less like a focal color outside of your face, because there was so much of it in your skirt and then so much of it in your shoes. I'm not sure it was working all the way properly. But your head is very focal because your hair is really nice and dark. And you've got a lot of nice negative space pockets in your hair too that add to your silhouette in a way that could be memorable. Because I will say, outside of your ears, unfortunately, before I made the skirt edits, I don't think your silhouette was going to be all that recognizable, which is the other reason why I was moving your ribbons or the bows on your socks to the outsides of your legs. Because now they'll add to your silhouette a little bit more too. So let me start putting some braids. Stretch, since I feel like you're shrimping right now. I'm not. EG does not shrimp. I have really good posture when I stream and when I sit at my desk. You should all be very proud of me. I don't even use the backrest because the backrest makes me lean too far back. I sit very up straight. Squeegee. Hi, Rex. That's me. EG's like the statue, yeah. The only time I end up shrimping is when I'm being a goofball and I don't move my microphone back out of the way after stream, and I end up putting my head, like, down here to... Hello? Why does this keep happening? Microphone does not like being messed with. If I even think in the direction of my microphone, it's like, no, 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 no. Shh. Hush, little EG, don't say a word. Ah! Anyways, okay, color palette. Blue distribution, I think, needs some work, as do your shoe coloring. Oh, your silhouette. Rex has told me that you have some interesting things happening with balloon animals in your silhouette, but I still think we can push it a good bit further. And other than, like, the little ribbons on the one side of your outfit over here, you were 100% symmetrical. Granted, some Lolita styles can be pretty symmetrical. I don't think you need to be. I think it would benefit you to not be as symmetrical, perhaps. Is there a problem with the cable? I don't know, I'm guessing. Maybe? I don't know what's wrong with him. Audio's back? Yep. I'm back. Hey, it's Novabound. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. For complexity versus clarity, I think that some of the details you have could be maybe a little bit more specific. Like, these ribbons feel just like a little generic right now. You have a secondary motif, which is wings, because you are angelic, and I can't help but wonder if shaping some of your ribbons to be a little bit more wing-like might help it to feel more distinct, because it is casual, but like even if you just push your ribbons to be less square and to be like, you know, like this or something, that might help to make them feel even more distinct and specific to you. But I don't know if that's that big of an issue. For focal point, it is your head, although the blues are distracting a little bit from it, and then concept and motifs. The bear angle with the pom-poms and your buns is incredibly clever and it's really cute, but I do think we need to make you read more clearly as Lolita. Can I check off symmetrical? Yes, I think you can check off symmetrical for this one. I would permit it. Lots of lace and ruffles. Symmetrical. Multicolored hair. Oh, mismatched socks. Hoodie. Wow, this one alone gave me a lot of bits towards getting a bingo. Wow. I cropped the top, but that doesn't count. I do have a crop top on my bingo, though. Let me do a ladder test, which may be a little bit screwed up from the fact that I edited the base like a fool. Also, before I give my final grade, but I think we have the final grade, more or less. Bam. Honestly, all the ribbons, I think one of the reasons why I'm not liking them also is because they're creating these perfectly evenly spaced divisions in the shin. Oh, wait, hang on. There are a lot of really evenly spaced divisions in this design. Which is maybe one of the other reasons it feels like something is missing here. Eyes and bangs are on the same level, bottom bow. Let's see, am I going through that? Okay. Hide that. So do you see how in the legs, all of these rungs are so evenly spaced out? And then similarly up here, there's a lot of this particular size. This is somewhat climbable. I might actually have to move. I feel like maybe this is fair being 1 point. I don't know if I want to move it down any further, but more variety in the spacing of elements would be beneficial. Do these qualify as big shoes, or do they need to be like Mario shoes? I mean, these shoes are kind of chunky, but I don't know if they're feeling super exaggerated. I don't know if these feel exaggerated. I think they're just boots. OSHA would be peeved, but not alarmed. Yeah, I think we should alarm OSHA more with the way that ladder was built. Actually, I may move it down. Just because there's enough things counting against it that I might put it there. But then at the same time, I did put your design on the fridge because the element of your buns being bear ears is also very cute. To be fair, you're having those bottom elements go across when they're not. Oh wait, are they not? Are they not on both legs? Oh, maybe they aren't on both legs. Maybe that's not as bad as I think it is. Hang on. Okay. A couple of them I think are on both legs, but maybe not all of them. We'll go with this. We'll stick with this here. 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10, I think is fair. Thigh high and a knee sock. Oh wait, yeah, on the back I can see. But that only changes, I think, 2 of the division lines I'd drawn there because it seemed like they are on the shin also. What did I just say, 7.5 out of 10? Is that what I said? I think that was what I said. Bam. Can we get a round of applause? Did we clap for Ririku? I think I clapped for Ririku. I hope you all clap for Ririku. You better have. Future EG will hunt you down if you did not. The eyes of the window to the soul. What happens if the character has no soul? Then the eyes can just be really dark and then still also be focal as a result of that, maybe. Of course, we clapped for Ririku. Okay, good. My memory just wasn't serving me, but yeah. We did, but except all the claps love me. Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Did you just see my notes vanish? Where did my notes go? The notes in the quarter? Where did they go? Why are they gone? Have they been doing... And they're back. What is that about? Everything hates me. Everything hates me. They hate me so much. Why do they hate me? I was hungry. No! Don't eat the notes, Nilo. Come on. But like, why? Where did it go? They vanished for a second. I wonder if something's wrong with OBS. Doing its little slideshow. That's so weird. So strange. Okay. I'll keep us moving. Next, we have Usarina. She/her at Usarinia. The details provided are, lore-wise, she's a wannabe idol that works as an artist to fund her dreams. The clothes are supposed to reflect her love for pastel goth aesthetics, heart motifs, music, and the fact she barely leaves her house. So she wears something comfy and is mostly always not wearing the boots, only just for going out. She's a bunny, but I was very stubborn about wanting a tail, so now she turned into a bunny cat. Also, I tried to keep everything on the minimalistic, but hopefully memorable side, so that it's easy to animate or translate it to other mediums. The only question I have is, do you think it all works out? I see. Love this dress. Yeah, so there are some interesting things happening here as far as motifs go. The sock becoming a piano, I think, is inspired. That's very cute. The reversal happening on the chest of the clothing, I think, is also inspired. Playing with positive and negative space for patterning. I do think, however, that it needs to not have the black or the white outline on it, because that just makes it hard to read. So like if we had all of these white lines dark instead of light, this would read a lot more clearly from a distance. I'm doing a terrible job drawing these lines. Here, watch. You can see, you can watch the Procreate effect. Hang on, watch. If I draw this, look. Do you see how I turned it into a shape? Sometimes if I'm only slightly off, it does a little bit too much. It does more than I need it to, but it's like kind of nice. Oh, see, like that turned it into a straight line. I wanted it to be an arc. So like it figured it out that time. This is a self-made model. Yes, this person is a Live 2D rigger, I believe. But I think those elements just need to be outlined in black. Oh no, hang on, erase. Because we couldn't really see the inside elements of the, what do you call it? Barbed wire from a distance. Is Clip Studio 5 worth the upgrade? If you have stability issues in your hand, I would say yes. And also if you use brushes that make it lag, I would say yes. They made a bunch of performance modifications, so that way the program runs a little bit better, runs a little faster. But otherwise, I don't think you need it. Most people I don't think need it. I just needed it because of some of the stability stuff. I think this needs a reads off bingo gradient at the bottom. I see you, Nilo. Give this fella some earrings. Perhaps. So, this barbed wire motif could be really cool if it was applied to other areas of the design. I really feel like it is being underutilized right now. And it could be utilized in some really fun and interesting ways. So like, you've got your hair ties, which are purple and black. I know that you're trying to do the thing where you're, you know, reversing the elements left to right. But this purple has the exact same value as the blue of your hair does, pretty much. So I do think that both of your hair ties would probably benefit from being black, probably. Unless you were to add more shading at the bottom of your hair. I do realize, though, that my background color is making it a little bit harder to see these elements. But, you know, just to list things that are going on as motifs right now. We have stars for stars in the eyes, which I'm going to guess relates to being an idol, you know. You want to be a star. There's hearts in the hair and in the shirt. There's barbed wire, and then there's music. So if we notice, the hearts are all right here. The musical elements are all right here. And then there's stars in the pigtails and in the eyes. So there's a lot of motifs right now, but they're sort of isolated from each other, especially the musical elements. They're all hanging out down here where they're sort of hiding at the bottom. The black star hair tie, what if there was a black outline with a smaller purple star in the middle? That could work also. Like that, so that way we can see the edge of it maybe. But what I was gonna say is I think we could marry these motifs to each other a little bit more, and some of these motifs could use to be repeated a little bit more too. So like if you had something that was like, here's another piece of something that looks like barbed wire that is, you know, on your leg area here. Here's one. And then maybe it's doing something there or something. Then we're gonna get repetition. I need to pick a different background color. Hang on, the background is just too dark right now. So the dark elements don't have much clarity. There we go. So then we're repeating the barbed wire somewhere. Or like if we wanted to have an earring, maybe you could have an earring that feels like it's made out of barbed wire in one of your little like rabbit ears up here. Where you get like the dual layering and then it has like little bits that like stick out of it or something. Barbed wire is also known for the way that it sort of ends up like spiraling on itself a little bit, like this, where it has little like bits that stick out of it. So I wonder if there could be some way you could replicate that with like an ahoge that is this color that sort of like spirals down through your hair or something. Because I feel like repeating that motif might be very cute. Make the bottom of the music notes heart/star. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just finding ways we can unite some of the elements so that way, you know, this isn't just like a default music note. Now they become stars, which are something that repeats throughout the design. I think these music notes are placed a little bit strangely right now. And there could be a bigger or better way of using them somewhere else in the design, but for now I'll leave them right there. Other things that I was going to suggest would be moving one of these hearts that is on the side of the head, because right now, since they're perfectly symmetrical with each other, they feel just like a little bit stiff. They feel too perfect. So I might suggest just like moving one of them down or something and like maybe moving it in just so that there's a little bit more variety in your silhouette. We're getting a little bit more movement maybe, because it is very cute. Alternatively, you could also, you know, we can't see the back of your hair right now, but like if we were to imagine the backside, you could have it so that like some of these pieces here are turning into hearts as well. Like if we could see to the other side, if we're doing like X-ray vision, like maybe this also goes like that on the back of the design. So that way that's being repeated somewhere. Oh no, I've done this on the same layer as other things, so now I can't hide it. Wrong layer, Kronk. Bam, okay. Extend the hair tails. We could extend them a little bit also because they are sitting at the same height as the cuffs of the sleeves are and only just below the fingers. So it may benefit the silhouette to just make the hair pigtails even longer. Yeah, than to show the heart. So we could extend them. Do I have the willpower to try and do that right now? Unclear. I'd have to edit so much to do that. Let me just drop this down and see if it'll look okay if I go like this maybe. And then grab this and then go like that. And then cover this. And then probably make this a little bit wider and then go like, whoa, like this and go like that and then go like this and then go like that. You get the idea, right? Maybe? Honestly, we could probably exaggerate that even more out the side, and then maybe there's like one that comes in through there or something. But you get the idea. So they're not sitting at the exact same area. Rare, make the hair longer rather than shorter. I know. Unusual EG moves. Oh, and I'm drawing this directly on top of this layer right now. Whoops. Oopsie. Okay, well. Well, I guess I could just take the whole hand with me. Transform, flip horizontal. Whoops, I accidentally moved it down. There we go. Oh, I did not do a great job covering everything though, but what can you do? Good enough, good enough. But then we can have a little heart somewhere else as well, maybe. Cute. Okay, I leave. Bye! Thank you for stopping by! Hi, Binks and Bunks. Does indicate this person is doing things right. They just need to lean into them harder. Yeah! Yeah. I would agree with that. Because some of the other things I was going to suggest were exaggerating more of the hair shape here, where it's, you know, descending into the braids. We could make it even wider at the top, so there's more contrast where the braids start. You've got these long pieces of hair that go behind your body, but I feel like they might make more sense to come in front of your body. And, you know, for like one of those things where it's like, oh, subtle asymmetry. What if they're not the same length? What if one is longer than the other or something? Maybe. Subtle asymmetry. Bam! The subtle asymmetry also of the hair that loops around under the eye is kind of fun too. It creates a nice little window for the eyeball. I feel like there's a way to combine the barbed wire and the music notes to replicate sheet music. Do I know that way? No. Oh, no, I know. I hear you though, because they're both things that are kind of linear. Hi, Photo Cowboy. Purple folk always get the good designs. Rico sure thinks so. Good idea. The barbed wires could be lines for the music notes. It could be, and then I guess the barbed... If there was a motif that was like this, and then like the barbs on the wire were the notes, where you get like the like 1, 2, 3 thing that it does, where then like one sticks up, one sticks down, like that's a note maybe. And then like this is a note somehow, and then, you know, you make them longer, so it's like bits that are like tied onto it somehow. I'm trying to figure out how we would do it, or like where we would put this in the design, because I feel like there's a space for it somewhere. Smart ideas though. Smart ideas. Been lurking for a little. Wanted to say I love how you're doing these critiques, so respectful and helpful. I'm glad you're enjoying. Thank you for watching. I love doing critiques. This is like the bread and butter of who I am as a person, is providing critique. So I'm glad that, you know, the Shrewmates also are so respectful and helpful and kind to everybody. It's very lovely. Maybe this spiraling around one of the arms. Oh, that could be interesting. Maybe the bottom of the purple side of the sweater. Maybe also, yeah, I could see either of those things potentially working. I do also think that we should replicate this motif somewhere, because this is clever. We've got the piano. And we only have the musical references in the lower part of the body right now, so I was trying to think if I could figure out a way to make like a piano choker or something. And this is something I was struggling with trying to make my Snow Miku, was pianos. Oops, let me do this on its own layer so that I can do my favorite hack and give it an outline. Bam, you might have to move your neck freckle just a little bit for this to work, though. Let me just see. Where's my line tool thing? Bam. Outline on the layer. Bam. Oh, I need to fix this shape a little bit because I couldn't see it. Ah! Ah! Fix that. There we go. Piano shirt trim. Maybe, but I don't know if that's high enough in the design. So, like, I was thinking that it could work if you had, like, a choker that had, like, how does it go? Like, 1, 2, and then... Oh, you somehow probably want to fit the 3, but then you could just have, like, the... here's... How do piano keys work? I don't remember. Oh, they split the center of the... of these elements. And then there's, like, one down the middle there or something. But then the piano element is also higher in the design, maybe. Piano key dyed hair like Death the Kid from Soul Eater. Oh, that would go pretty hard also. But I worry that that might just be too much, or it might be a little bit too distracting. But that could be a good idea. Why not the 3 gap then 1? You're so right. I could do that. Here's the 3. And then here's the gap. Nope. Hang on. And then 1. What is happening? Can you see me selecting the correct color? Everything's fighting me. It's being so mean. I've done a really rough job of drawing this, but just so that we have the right idea. Yeah, that does read a little bit more as a piano with the 3. But, like, that could be a cute little accessory, because I think what this design needs right now is just a little bit of accessorizing. It's just missing something as it is right now. Can you imagine, like, instead of having, like, these super straight laces, if you had, like, super spirally laces coming out of this, like these were made of barbed wire also, like that would add something fun to the silhouette also, maybe. But there's a lot of little things perhaps that could work. Yeah, don't make piano key jackets that would create banding. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to keep them vertical as opposed to horizontal also. And keeping them minimally applied, so there's not too many of them throughout the design. But I think a lot of this is just, you've got some nice big shapes, and there's a lot of clarity in the design, but I do think that we could just replicate things. Barbed wire heart laces? Yeah, sure. Let me try and see if I can redraw them as hearts. Like, if it was like that, so it's more heart-shaped. And then you get, like, the little, like, bits where it goes like that, and here's, like, the other bits for the barb and stuff. Oh, I have, once again, wrong layer, e.g. There we go, turn the line effect off. Because they seem really thick with that, but yeah. Bam, copy and paste. My best friend. My 2 friends. They could probably be exaggerated, be a little bit more clearly heart-shaped, but that might be sort of fun too. For just playing the shapes a little more. Earring, I think, is nice. I'm wondering about the distribution of black in the design, and if there should maybe be a little bit more of it. And then I may have one critique that is maybe unpopular. I've critiqued this before for designs, and people were not a big fan of the change, but I personally don't think white eyelashes work very well, especially if you're going to have pastel eyes, because right now the focal point is much more the sweater. And the eyes are sort of falling away because the eyes are blending into the hair. The eyes and the eyelashes are pretty much just the 2 colors that are already in the hair. The sclera and the eyelashes are the same colors, and then the iris is the same color as the blue bits in the hair are. So what I might suggest, as much as people don't like doing this, I know people really like bright eyelashes. Make them dark. Make them dark. The eyes at least drop a shadow for contrast. You could do that also. Let me just try a couple of things here, because first off, if we just make the eyelashes dark, that will probably solve the eyes as a focal point a lot more. The other thing I was going to suggest is maybe making the eyes purple as opposed to being blue, making them the purple of the shirt, because there's a lot of blue already around the head from the hair, and there's not as much purple up here. So that might also help it to contrast a little bit better. I'm not drawing this very nicely. My hand is not cooperating. But like, if I just go like this. We can see the eyes from a distance now. We could go like this and grab the eyes and perhaps edit the actual iris to be darker. And that might also help. Layer, correction, layer, level correction. It's like if they become more saturated and darker, that also seems to help a good bit. I still may try tinting them purple. Oh wait, if I select this. Select this. Nope. Nope. Yep, there we go. Trash that. Layer, new correction layer, hue. Oh, we can make them a totally different color, but like making them purple I think also may help too. Mainly a color shift issue. More blue eyes, but pink shadows make him pop like an albino bunny. Ah, okay, we could try that also. Let me try... Ooh, the bright pink really does make them focal. More blue eyes. We could make them also more blue. If we made them like more teal, maybe. Perhaps. Matches our theme. Yeah, I guess that would be true. Toolbar made the face. No. I see you making that. Skin is very distinct from the hair. The bingo options for the hair and skin, for example, are white. Yeah, no, there's plenty of contrast between the hair and skin, thankfully, right now. Some of these are just like really removing some of the clarity there, but like that does make the eyes really focal, although they're just like too bright now. I like don't know what's going on with the way that these layers are working right now. The contrast is not being preserved with value right now in my editing layers, but a different eye color would help. And yeah, maybe more pink in the shadows. Let me try that. Let's see. Color. Perhaps. I do think that the want to be idle part of the design, I don't know if it's coming through, which I guess that's what the music is sort of trying to hint us at, but for how casual this outfit is, it's not really all that idle aesthetic aligned. So I'm wondering if there might be one or two little accessories we could add that would make you feel like you're trying to be an idol. Even if you just had like a light stick or something that you're holding, that could push you in that direction. Although you may feel like more like a fan if you're dressed this way. I don't know. Not believe the 3D sculpt I made where the palette was just white. That seems challenging. An idle microphone. I was thinking about an idle microphone, but the description of this person as being somebody who is mostly hanging out in their room makes it feel like they wouldn't really be wearing something like that. When you say idle microphone, I'm assuming you mean the, like, this one. Where it comes out from behind the ear. Which, like, that would make it feel clearer. Karaoke? No. Feel more music producer than idle. Karaoke mic? What do you mean a karaoke mic? Like the ones that are really like, what? Hang on. Are you talking about the microphones that like look like this? Where they have the central area on them where you like control the karaoke song, question mark? Is that what you're talking about? And then they're like more than one color? I guess you could do that too. And then maybe you get like some like purple elements to it or something, and here's like buttons on it or something. Life suggestion example? Okay. That's a male bathroom sign. No, it's not, Rex. There's no legs. Let me see. Oh, okay. A microphone. I was overcomplicating it. Microphones, but ones that are sort of like designed up a little bit, perhaps. But yeah, I think an accessory would help this design to read a little bit more idle aligned. But generally, I think what we need to do, I've kind of overdone it. There's a little bit too much detail here now. Pick a couple of the things that I've suggested and maybe apply those just so that way there's a little more detail in the design, especially so that way the details are a little bit more distributed throughout the design. and pick something to make the face more focal, because the eyes either need to change their color, their value, or the eyelashes just should be dark. I still think the dark eyelashes works the best out of the edits I'd made to the face, perhaps. Crazy idea, make the tail the mic. Ooh, I don't know if they would go for that, but maybe. Legs are squished together, really needs to pee. Stop talking about him. He's a microphone. He is not a human. Don't make him be what he doesn't want to be. But here, I can start putting my grades down. So first, I know that you are aiming for the design to feel simplified, but I feel like the details right now are not overlapping enough with each other as far as the motifs they're drawing from. Find ways to combine elements and make elements replicate your motifs a little bit more. So like, how can we apply the barbed wire in new and inventive ways? How can we add more hearts to the design? How can we distribute the music symbolism throughout the design? That's kind of concept things, but also complexity things. I've overcomplicated you. Don't pick everything I did. Pick a couple of them maybe and add them, but I do think you need the earring. I do think you need the earring. You need some asymmetry near the top of your head. For your silhouette, the little hearts on your pigtails, I think we're going to help make you somewhat recognizable, but if I turn off all of my edits and come back down to the original version of you here. Where is that one? Oh, there we go. And drop a silhouette test on you. I'm not sure you're super recognizable. Your braids are helping, and these little hearts are doing a lot, but my edits to your shoelaces and giving you an earring, I think would help a lot as well as making your pigtails a bit longer. I think you just need to exaggerate a bit more for your silhouette. So I'll put you there. For color palette, we are having a little bit of clarity trouble around your eyes specifically, but it's not too bad. And like, you may want your purple and your blue to be a little bit further apart in value also. Focal point. I think that is one of the places you are struggling the most right now, unfortunately. Turn all of my layers back on, which is gonna look like insanity. Because I think there's a layer somewhere that should not have been kept, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Your eyes were not focal. Your dress was focal because it's just so high contrast. And I'm not even certain that I've solved that completely. Your hair is really nice and bright, which should be helping a bit, but your eyelashes and your eyes were reducing contrast in your face. So I might put your focal point there because your hair was trying to fight to be focal, but it wasn't winning, unfortunately. But I will say, for what it's worth, I did find your design to be pretty memorable because you are one of the fellows who I downloaded and added to this folder. Probably one of somewhere in the longest ago category. And I remembered you all this time. And I'm glad we finally got to talk about your design on stream. So, yeah. Thank you for submitting. We have 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Wait, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Bam. Good work. Usarina, Usarinia. You being a cat rabbit makes me think of Mew Mew Berry. Do you guys know Tokyo Mew Mew Berry? Berry, I think, she was the one who was the cat rabbit, right? She's both. She like breaks their convention where everybody's based on cats that are not cats, based on endangered animals, but for some reason Berry got to be two things. She got to be a cat and a rabbit. Peculiar. Anyways. Round of applause. I see a little bit of clapping. I'd like a little more clapping. Give me more clapping. Just a little more clapping. Yeah, because she's from the sequel manga. Yeah, she is from the sequel manga. Are there other characters in the sequel manga who have more than one they're based on? Which one? What is Ringo from? Is Ringo also from the sequel? My Mew Mew memory isn't great because I haven't read Tokyo Mew Mew since I was a 4th grader. So I was eating carrot cake, making lines thicker. Good luck. Ringo the Beetle? Yeah, they put Ringo of the Beatles in Tokyo Mew Mew. Yeah, Mew Ringo. What is she from? Because she's in the original style. Is she just in the original group? I don't even know what animal she was. Who is Mew Ringo? Don't remember her, but I only read the first part of the sequel. Okay. One of the characters... Oh, wait, she's the main character in the PlayStation game. Is she not actually in the... manga? No, Petite Mew Mew. Huh? She's a pet penguin? What? She's not in the first manga. Yeah, I didn't think she was. She kind of looks like pudding. She maybe looks a little too close to pudding in her design. Anyways, we're not here to critique Tokyo Mew Mew. I've tangented accidentally. Let me close all these extra canvases I have open also. EJ gets incredibly off topic. Can be checked off your bingo now if you so wish. It's not on my bingo. But if it's on yours, you get to have it, I guess. Oh, that design was supposed to be an idol. I think this design has spot black, so I will check that off also. So, this is Centauri, who I believe is using a Suica model these days, and not using this design, like, incredibly accurately. But I think this is still the basis of what their design was. Don't know if that was incredibly off topic. You reined it in fast. Okay, don't take it then. Don't take it. Maybe I wasn't incredibly off topic. You'll have to try harder to get me off topic. I will, however, drink a little bit of beverage after I read the details about this fella, while you guys sort of take it in. So this is Centauri, she/her at Centauri. The notes are, I'm based on the Tumesian fox from Greek mythology. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. If you know how to pronounce it, let me know. Long story short, the fox could never be caught and was causing chaos. So they sent a dog named Lelaps, who caught everything he hunted on them? This created a paradox, so Zeus turned them into stone and cast them into the sky as the constellations Canis Minor and Canis Major. After thousands of years, Zeus released Lelaps to recruit him into their bounty hunter program, but I was left in my prison until I was freed through the wish of a child seeking a friend. Now when I'm not on the run from Lelaps, I'm streaming video games for everyone's enjoyment. I love VTuber lore so much. Hi Al, how are you? Thank you for stretching my neck for me. Cool. Yeah, this is a neat concept. I have not heard of this particular angle in Greek mythology. I like that we're going for something a little bit more specific. I feel like we've seen, you know, Greek gods, Greek goddesses, things that are like popular myths, but a more niche myth really does provide us with more opportunities to do something interesting. So like, having read that, it makes sense of a couple of the motifs going on in the design that I was wondering about. So there's like star motifs throughout. There's stars on the sleeves, the collar is almost forming a star, there's stars in the character's eyes, and on the back of the gloves. So all those stars are referencing the fact that this creature became a constellation at some point. Also, the name Laurels? Yeah, I've never heard this one before. I haven't either. I'm surprised I haven't heard the origin myth for Canis Major and Canis Minor. Laurels? Is that Laurels? Okay. I don't know, I'm second guessing myself, but the Laurels do help to place this as being Greek in origin, perhaps, or at least Greco-Roman, because man, those Romans like to steal everything the Greeks had. They copied their homework and did not try and make it look different. So I think that is helping to place the myth origin, as well as blue or like purple fire and smoke. We tend to associate that with like the underworld in like Greek mythology, especially those types of like, yeah, olives would be more Greek, laurels more Roman. Yeah, true. Tumesian fox or Cadmean vixen, giant mythical Greek beast sent by the gods, likely Dionysus, to plague Thebes? I've never pronounced that word correctly in my life, I don't think. Destined to never be caught. Okay. Interesting. So the design, I think, is sort of accentuating elements that feel sort of sleek. So this character maybe would be quick or fast. You know, most of the clothing is pretty close to the body. We tend to think of sharp angles as being faster or more dangerous, maybe. So I think that's helping. And the rendering of the tail and ears and the elements inside the ears do feel a little bit spectral. They feel a little bit otherworldly in a way that maybe would align them with the fact that this character is sort of beyond human. Yeah. Thebus is, I think, how that name is pronounced. Is that it? That's one of those words where, like, I've read so much about Greek mythology and other mythologies, and yet I've never heard most of those words spoken out loud because in school we just didn't go that far in depth, even when I was in like my master's degree or like an art school in taking ancient art history. It's like there's so many words I've never heard said out loud, and I feel like a goofball because you guys get to witness my first time pronunciation of so many words. Thebes, I'm pretty sure. And you guys can also lie to me about how it's pronounced. That's a thing you're capable of doing. Which Thebes? I think the Greek one or the Egyptian one? So like this is probably the Greek one, I would imagine, because this is specified as a Greek myth. Are they pronounced differently? I guess it would make sense if they are. Also be Thebes? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Bolts. Great when a streamer encourages their chat to gaslight them. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not encouraging them to gaslight me. I'm letting them know the power they have and how potentially dangerous it might be. But they're kind and sweet and supportive, and they would never do that to me on purpose. They would never one guy me, ever. Right? Both American and British pronunciations are Thebes per Google itself. Thank you, Amber. Never one guy about pronunciation because I don't know either. Fair. You could never one guy me about things. You could never tell me to say it wrong because you don't know how to say it right. So your wrong guess may be right still. Who knows? What's one guy mean? One guy is just when somebody tells me a lie and I see it and that happens to be the chat message that I read and then I didn't believe that one. That's what one guying is. So like everybody can be telling me the truth, but I just so happen to read one message that is lying to me, and that's the one I believe. It happens not infrequently when we do critiques of games, because I don't know things about them sometimes. When a couple people are telling me that these two characters are in love, I have to believe them, but then I find out they're not, and it's just like popular fanon. Anyways, Brightness, we can totally gaslight if we wanted to. No, you cannot. Never. False. But hi, Bolts. How are you? Anyways, everybody's gonna not disobey me, and we're all going to get along, and we're going to provide great critiques for this design. Yeah. As I was saying, something in the construction of these pants is very strange to me. I'm a good model godparent. Oh, you're not the model godparent. I'm good model godparent. I am, in fact, your godparent. Yes, maybe. I'm glad you're good. The pants are a little bit strange. If you're noticing... Oh, wait, they're not even pants. Hang on. I'm getting confused. I think this is a skirt, but I couldn't tell that was a zipper from a distance. So there's just something clarity-wise happening here. I think, first of all, let me duplicate this. First of all, we need to give this more of an arc. This is something I would critique more often in Vtuber designs, but it's more so in the drawing than it is design itself. But we have to pay attention to arcs, because the way that was drawn didn't really make it feel like this was a connected area in the center. The shapes of it makes it feel like pants. It feels like these areas are shaded as they're coming around the inside of the legs. And then this feels like the crotch because it's really high up, because I was reading this as still being between the legs and these being wide pants. I gotta figure out how I would modify this to make it so that it's clear that that's not what's happening, because that's not what's happening. Let me see. Honestly, it may just be that we need this area to be less high contrast because it's just too much, and maybe the zipper should be black. So we can tell that that's like a positive space area instead of a negative space area. But why would you have a zipper straight up the center of your skirt anyway? I can't help but wonder if this garment might make more sense in general if we just got rid of this central panel that's like that. We could still arc this in if we wanted to and have like a dark element here, perhaps. But I think this dark element would still need to have some sort of trim on it to make it clear that like this is not maybe the pelvis, so like maybe we have like this happening here. And then maybe the zippers are running up this area, like where these seams are instead. Because I think construction-wise, that might just make a little bit more sense. And then, you know, maybe these still have like teeth on them along here, so we can tell that these are like partially unzipped or something. That might make a little bit more sense visually, perhaps. Wait, is the purple originally underwear? I don't think, maybe it could be. I'm unsure. It might be. I don't know. I'm unaware. Chillin', vibing, miss your streams. Welcome back. I'm glad you're chillin' and vibing though, both. Oh, next door, welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime for 5 months. Welcome back. One of the most risque clothing designs that is actually super modest. Yeah, it felt way more risque than it actually is. I think we've like partially solved it, but I'm not sure. I think this becoming clearly a zipper here though may be the better way of doing it. And maybe it doesn't need to be black. Maybe it could still be gold or something. But the way that it was, just clarity-wise, didn't make sense and was a little bit confusing for me. Although now, I feel like we have to break this area up. So like, oh, what if... I don't know, we had something star-shaped in that area. Oh, I don't want to put things... This downward-shaped V is odd because it's creating an area where it makes us want to look down. Oh. It's still a little bit confusing. Could add a star or fox design maybe? Just simple gold seam. Maybe? I don't want to put one straight down the middle again though, because I still feel like that might make it confusing. Wow, I sure made a mess at this bottom edge, but like, maybe that's a little better. It's not too bad. Oh, I don't know if we need this that I had drawn. But yeah, I would relocate the zipper. I think the zipper originally doesn't quite work. Solid reference in the title? Thanks! Who all got the reference in the title, I wonder? I do wonder how many people got it. I would say that for consistency's sake, we may want this to also be gold instead of silver. Mixing metals can be a little bit weird sometimes in design. Although that doesn't have a lot of clarity. Your purple and your gold seem to be the same value. If I remove your saturation. Oh, yeah, there's actually a lot of elements that are the same value here. Look at that. Your hair, your skin, most of your clothing, your purples, and your whole skirt are all more or less the same value. You may want to have greater variety of value. It seems like right now saturation is really the only thing providing much clarity in a lot of the design. Especially where all the light values are. So your hair and your skin have enough contrast because they're so different in their hue. Your skin is really warm, your hair is really cold. Same with down here. But the purple and the gold where they touch each other, they're just a little too similar. I mean, granted, this is somewhat of like a darker gold. Could make it brighter maybe? If I go like this, although maybe it's mostly darker from some of my accidental edits I was making, but then similarly, like your purple elements are really pastel and could use maybe some darker shading. That hue shifts a little bit more purple maybe, or a little bit more into the blues. So like if you had shading that was like under there, that might help, or like, you know, if you had some on the inside of your leg, that would probably help us to read some of the elements against each other a little bit more clearly. With night mode on, my phone just disappears. Oh, what, the different elements? Yeah, too similar of color undertones in some places. I do also feel like this color here that is on your chest should come back somewhere else in the design too. Maybe that should be what this color is instead of being super, super dark. It's just, that color's only in one spot in a way that sort of is begging for a petition. I don't know if I want to make your sock that color. This area down here almost feels like it is made of this material, but it kind of isn't. I'm not even sure where to put it. The white on your gloves is a little hard to read right now, so like maybe I would put it here on your hands, so that way against the white trim we're not losing it. We can add it like on the dark parts of your fingers maybe, or perhaps it could be like part of your shoes where like you've got like darker edges somewhere. But I think we do need more of it. So for distribution and colors, careful about your contrast a bit, and then you should distribute that gray a little bit more. For clarity, that whole skirt debacle, I'm taking a point off just for that probably. But otherwise, I think things make sense for the most part. For complexity versus clarity, though, I think you could design a more interesting motif for your skirt, though. You or your artist, because this star is kind of basic in its shape. It doesn't feel very specific. The way the star is used to become like a clasp on the leg, very specific. Love that. But this repeating star motif that's on the back of your glove, it's on your belt, it's also, I think, on your shoes too. It's just sort of like a generic crystal star. I would suggest looking for ways you could make it more specific. Is there a way to make a star that feels fox-like in its colors? Or, you know, if certain parts of it are longer or wider than others, or if it was bigger or smaller or on an angle, or there could be other ways of making it more specific too. Like, we could use the laurels slash grapevine bits in the hair, or olive branch, sorry, bits in the hair as like some sort of motif maybe for them. Like, you could make your stars constructed out of leaves instead of being directly stars if they were like... Oh, maybe that is what the intent of them is. I just wonder if it's not reading super clearly that way, because now that I'm drawing this, it is sort of causing a similar thing where you've got all those points coming into the center. What about the Vulpa constellation? I mean, they're based on Canis... Was it major or minor? Constellation is Canis Minor and Canis Major. If I knew which one it was, you could use that physically in the design also somewhere, maybe. But, like, if those purple stars were more directly, like, leaves, although that might feel like a flower if I do that. Oh, there's a challenge to be had here. Maybe I need this to sort of go between them. And then if they had, like that? Oh, this still feels like a flower. It still feels like a star, though. I don't know if I have the design for a different star for you off the cuff right now, but I think you just need a different one, perhaps. Do Canis Major and Canis Minor look that different? Hang on. Give me images, please. Oh, they both just look like dogs as far as I can tell from the imagery, but one of them is much more specific. One is much smaller. What if the laurel was around the star? What do you mean around the star? Like, if this belt was laurel instead, or do you mean, like, we have a star that is... that, like, super geometric star. Why am I drawing stars this way? I could just draw a star in a normal manner. Do you mean, like, having them be, like this, where it's sort of, like, wrapping around it, and then you have leaves like this, maybe? Perhaps. You mean purple laurel belt? Maybe? Something like that? Star made of foxtails? See, that might feel too corny, unfortunately, if we're taking animal body parts and using them that way. Because that also is going to start feeling like we're trying to do some sort of, like, 5 to 9-tailed fox thing, which might feel kind of silly. I feel like this is moving maybe in the right direction. This is too dark, but, like, get the idea, maybe. But the star with laurel is, depending on who that chases who, if you place them together, which one is running away? It seems like in the night sky, they're above each other. One of them is much bigger than the other, though. I might have to see if I can try and Google. Squiiji, can I DM you? Sure. I mean, wait, why are you DMing me? Just said it in live suggestions, Rex. What do you mean? Is there something else? Minor, major... question mark. Who chases who? Ah! These are notes that I think this person, though, will be able to follow a little bit better when they get to designing, because they're more familiar with the myth than I am. So therefore, they will be able to take that and apply it, perhaps. Isn't Canis Minor and Major bears, not dogs? No, that's Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Candace's dog. That's what that means. Yep. I can see how you confuse them though. Similar conventions, but yeah, having the laurels like wrap around the outside. I've done a terrible job making this clear to see, but like star where, you know, maybe the crystal in nature itself is what defines like each of the little peaks in it. But then you have like, oh, here's your like laurel leaves that are going throughout it. You know? That's like under here and has leaves. Maybe. Maybe that feels more specific. Are you allowed to use military award symbolism in design? I can't see why not. What do you mean? I don't see why you wouldn't be allowed to. Or is it like the Red Cross? I don't know. I know that if you are going to be really one-to-one looking military, people might accuse you of stolen valor, but I don't think it's like the Red Cross, because the Red Cross is Geneva Convention violation, I believe, as well as also being something that is a copyrighted symbol and is needed for humanitarian aid. I don't think awards and like medals and things like that are protected the same way, but don't quote me on that. Why? Do you think that there's somewhere we could be putting military style design in here? Captain Crunch is a fraud. Captain Crunch never served in the Navy. How could he? Stolen valor. Anyways, hang on. I'm just like thinking about things. I'm like, all right, well. I have like the invert of the cat. You know when people have like the cat style socks where they've got the ears? You could have like the inverse of that where there's like a star cutout in them maybe also, and maybe that would be interesting. But yeah, Mr. Krabs actually served. Imagine him fighting Captain Crunch. Oh god. Please leave my cereal mascots alone. He's wearing a costume. It's for his job. Don't come after him. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Hang on, so I can start doing some things for grading. Color palette, complexity versus clarity I got. Silhouette. Silhouette. Turn off all my edits. Okay. And select here. I don't think there's actually any pockets I need to worry about around the head though. So if I go like this. Bam. Did that work? No, it didn't work. Why did that not work? Nope. There we go. Okay. So, for silhouette, the hair being wider here and then getting much narrower in a jellyfish style cut, I do think is beneficial to the design as far as recognizability and silhouette, as are the tall ears with the smoke coming out of them, the tail being really nice and big and fluffy, and the collar. But there's, other than the tail, there's not very much visual weight in the design because everything is so sleek and close to the body, and the skirt is so short now that I'm looking at it here that your legs and their proportions just feel kind of confusingly long to me right now. Like there's something happening in here. Maybe it's just the arcs somewhere? And like your knees feel like they're kind of high. I don't know. First I'm seeing this design, this is recognizable. I would say it is mostly recognizable. I think most of what I want for the silhouette is just something that has a little more width somewhere. Like maybe we would flare out the sleeves just a tad bit more. Turn back on all of my various edits I was trying to make. We are trying to make the sleeves nice and like sleek and close to the body. Oh, I hate the way this is working. I screwed up my tool at some point for doing this, and now it's like really weird. Although this seems to be working a little better. Like it just leaves like such a sharp edge when I do this a lot of the time, and I don't know what's wrong with it when it used to not do this. But like, flare these out just like a little more. Oh, I screwed up your leg by doing that. Oh, I'm sorry. But like a little bit more flare on these Might also make you feel a little bit more like rocker, because something about your outfit feels kind of like glam metal to me. Am I the only one who's feeling that way? Maybe it's the collar and some of the dark elements. I don't know. Are the legs longer than the upper half? They definitely are, but I don't know where the I don't know where the bottom of the torso is. Maybe the belly button is too low? There's something proportionally interesting. It's like that style where the girls just have long legs. It could be that also. Could just be very Bishoujo. Because I think Bishoujo is where that often happens. But something somewhat strange is happening there. Maybe it's just that like the legs are arcing a little bit too much here, and then maybe the knees should be a little lower. I'm screwing things up more than I'm helping, I think, though, because my tool is kind of funky. I think the thigh gap might just be kind of crazy. I'm making you so lumpy, I'm so sorry. Is the skirt high-waisted? I think it is, but I think the belly button for where the torso is feels a little bit low on the pelvis right now, maybe? I'm not sure. Either that or the skirt is cutting off almost exactly at the bottom of the pelvis, and maybe that's why it feels like the edges of things are a little bit strangely placed. I'm not sure, but I would say that you may want to revisit the proportioning of this art just a little bit. And maybe this comes down to who the artist was also, because this person may not have been the artist for the design. Silhouette. People were saying it's somewhat recognizable, so I'll give you that. The hair makes it recognizable, as does the collar, but I want some more exaggeration in a couple places, maybe. For focal point, I do think it's your chest, unfortunately. These really dark, sharp shapes that are also one of the most asymmetrical areas of the design is pretty focal. Similarly, the stars are real high contrast on your sleeves. So this ends up being pretty distracting because your hair, your skin, and your eyes have a lot less contrast between them. And in my mind, I'm trying to think of what I would even suggest as the solution to this. And I'm not fully certain because for starters, I do think that I may need to give you sleeping gradient that goes up your leg area just to sort of try and push the focal point higher in the design. Let me try that. Everybody was waiting for that on their bingo because I hadn't done it yet today. Whoops, invert selection, please. Multiply. And then I'm gonna make it less intense, maybe. Oh, this needs to be higher up because there's a bunch of weird stuff under it. Put this all the way up there. I think that's helping a little bit because your leg was a little bit distractingly bright, maybe. Honestly, maybe you just need some darker elements in your hair or something. Maybe your ears need to be bigger. Maybe you need more contrast in your hair shading too, something like that. Change the color of the collar to a lighter purple. Maybe we could gradate the collar, similar to how the sleeves have a gradient to them. Where like the collar is dark towards the center but light on the edges. Like the sleeves. Let me try that. Whoops, is this my multiply layer? It's not. Okay, good. Wait, hang on. There's an easier way of doing this. Let me go like this and go like this and then airbrush it. I gotta remember what tools I have at my disposal. Although, honestly, if I leave those ones the full darkness and just make the ones under it not as dark, maybe that will help to bring the focal point higher as well. But the other thing I do worry about right now with the design of this collar is just that it is creating sort of a line that is pointing downwards and away from your face right now. I do think that's helping a little bit with the contrast, though. Perhaps. Hi, Remedy. Because they're all arcing in and down to this area. The other part of me is wondering maybe if we just expanded the collar on this side a little bit. Although that does make it a lot taller. But then this will bring it like more behind the head. A little bit. And I think the other thing that's weird is the fact that we don't see the color on the other side? I guess it's low enough that maybe we wouldn't. But if like this black shape connected behind the body a little bit, like this, that might help frame the head just a little bit more. Let me see. This is not a continuous line. Why am I doing it this way? Do it like this and then erase it. There we go. That's better. Not all the way, but somewhat at least. Like, I think that's helping to bring us a little closer to the head. Dark strand or darker tips, like fox hair color trend, but purple. Ooh, maybe also. I could see that. If, like, you know, well, we'll multiply. We had some of that going on, like, here, perhaps. The other thing I do think is that, we didn't really talk about this, but does this person read as being a fox? Because I don't know if she does, at least for me. Because I think I associate foxes with either being orange, where is the correct tool? Or having, like, dark tips on their ears or something. Just something that's currently missing right now. Or, like, the dark tip at the tail or something. So maybe if the ears had dark tips to them, it would read more fox-like. Because right now I'm reading her as being a wolf instead of a fox. Wait, foxes have a light tip to their tail, right? Instead of dark. Hang on. Seems like a fox to me. Okay. How do the tails work? Is it lighter at the tip? I think? Nope, not multiply. Add glow. I guess the tail is not very wolf-like. Wow, that is really bright. But just like a couple percentages brighter, maybe for the tip of the tail will help, perhaps. Get kitsune. A lot of them are white in mythology. I mean, Inari has white kitsune, right? Like 9 tails. I guess that is also true. Kitsune because of the spirit ears. Oh no, that's in the totally wrong mythology also. I wonder if this means you need to lean a little bit further into things that will feel Greek-inspired also. Where, like, I'm wondering if there could be some way your clothing drapery could read a little bit more like historic draped clothing. Like, you could have something that's, like, draping across the body or something somewhere. I'm just making it white right now, but, like, then we're gonna get a reference to ancient Rome and, like, or ancient Greece in draped clothing, perhaps, and, like, you know, here's, like, one of the pieces of it that sort of, like, comes in here, and it's cinched somewhere, and then we get, like, oh, here's, like, the folds in it or something, but, like, that might be sort of a hint. I mean, to be fair, Magic Fox is probably the best one we'll get, given how rather niche the myth is. Yes, but I do want to make sure that it's a little bit more, maybe ancient Greek aligned. Maybe it feels like a modern take on ancient Greek clothing. What do women wear in ancient Greece? Great question. You know what would be such a simple way? You know what would be so simple? Although actually that might feel more Roman. Oh no, I'm vastly becoming aware of the fact that I'm way more familiar with Roman styles than I am Greek. Uh-oh. Would it still feel Greek if I gave her sandals instead of boots? Because I feel like sandals, especially if they don't read as, like, tabi or something, would also help to put her in the correct mythology. If they were, like, strappy. And then, like, you could have them be, like, really light. You do things about the Roman Empire a lot. Yeah, the Roman Empire is my Roman Empire. Sandals might work. Okay. So, like, maybe they still have, like, a real big, like, gold toe on them. And they could still have this, like, little collared bit to them, but maybe... Let me fill this all in for now. We get something that's, like, a little bit more strappy in the leg. Oh, let me grab one of the whites again. Oh, hide this. Hang on. Grab that. Hide it again. New layer. How do they even work? They tend to have like bands in a couple places. They strap across the foot and then perhaps like that. I'm not doing a great job of drawing it, but I feel like something that is sandals in like I don't want to say gladiator sandal, but something like that might help to make it read more Greek. Let's see if I can design a sandal that makes sense. So like here's this. I might be making just these parts too thick, which is why it looks funky. And I'm not really following the contours very well right now because I'm trying to draw quickly. And then you get one that sort of comes across like this, and then one like that maybe, and one like that maybe, and then like maybe this one's tied a little higher or something because your sock goes higher on that side. But I feel like that might help. Sandals and socks, my German ancestors rejoice. The socks I feel like help make it a little bit more modern, maybe. But I mean, you could even go without the socks, maybe, if you're going that way, and just give dark, strappy sandals a chance, perhaps. But I think that will help to put you into the more correct mythology. So all of that is to say, I don't know if we're in the right realm of thinking about you when we look at you. I take the speed and uncatchability, what, the sandals? Then you're fast. Oh, like Hermes sandals! Wait, you're so right, hang on. You are so right. No, I don't want Hermes, the brand. I want Hermes sandals mythology. Terrible and cruel and evil Google. Because Hermes sandals are like, get rid of all that. Remove. Hermes sandals are like, they're not worn with like bare feet essentially, right? Because they like don't cover the whole foot. Hang on. Hang on. Get rid of that also for now. Hang on. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need. Hang on. I've Googled them, and I'm gonna do a terrible job of recreating them, so you have to bear with me. You have to pretend that these look good when I draw them. Gucci over Hermes? No! Hermes is French too. Yes, it is also French, and they pronounce it differently, which is annoying. But like, I'm thinking like the style of sandals where they have like the bit that's back here, or like sometimes they don't have that part filled in. It's like the piece that goes like this and then like down the sides like that. And then there's like a band that comes across the top of the foot, or sometimes there's like a couple of them. And like one of these ones also like kind of like connects. How do these work? It's like comes up the side and wait, hang on, I'm not doing this right. I have to think about this. How do these work? Across the top like this, and then they kind of come in like that, and then this one wraps across the top? E.g. struggles to design shoes, as I have said before, and then like one comes across here or something, and then they get like the little like wings or something that's on the side of them. Something like that. Just realized how Vtuber models and rigging are the price of Hermes sandals. Oh god, probably. But if you had Hermes style sandals, that might work. I also see the ones that have like the piece that runs down like the top of them like that. And then over the toes, maybe that might be a better way of doing it. And then like they get like a light tread or something on them. Yeah. What did you say? Life suggestions for styles of buttons and fasteners the Greeks would use for their clothing. Oh, that could also be a really good reference. Thank you, Ruku. Ooh, spirally. Wait, here's a question. Greek meander. Where is the Greek meander? Give me a meander. That honestly would probably be the easiest way to tell me that you're Greek inspired. If you had anything that had a Greek meander in it. Do you guys know what a Greek meander is? There's another word for it too, but I'm used to calling it Greek meander. It's the thing that goes like this. These thingies. The square thing. Yes! Give me a square thing! Square thing! Square thing somewhere. Honestly, that might be all we would need as a viewer to realize that you are Greek inspired. Where in the world would I put this? I wonder if there's a way you could subtly inlay it as a pattern. Maybe there's a way you could use that meander to make a star. Oh, wait, now I'm cooking with portals and gas. I just merged two phrases entirely. Make the gold trim a meander. Yeah, the undershirt, maybe. Romans can't touch it. Yeah, it's a Greek meander. I won't let them have this. Hang on. Draw a star. And then Greek meander it. I feel like there's a way you could do it. I don't know if I can think multi-dimensionally enough to make on how it would work. But, like, I feel like there's a way that you could Greek meander a star? The edge of something, the lapels, maybe. Yeah. Now I can remember how to draw it. I just drew it. However it works. It. Put it somewhere. It. The curly square. Yes, it's Greek. The Romans did, I think, attempt to use it several times, but it is mostly associated with Greek, and it is once again one of those things where the Romans were like, I'm gonna copy your homework, and then did not edit it very much. Yes, that detail would probably go a long ways to make it recognizable. A hair clip! Yeah, it could be a hair clip, it could be a pin or a button. Ryukush sent us some lovely references of, like, buttons that could be referenced. And pins and some jewelry, perhaps. I think these are buttons down here. Yeah. These are good. But I think you just need a couple more Greek touches to the design. Square thing! Oh, yes? Oh, this is so cute. This is like a kid drew a Greek piece of ceramics. Oops, hang on, spoilers! Whoops. But, we'll continue grading. I think the Greek angle should be much stronger in the design. Now that we've thought of a lot of things we could do, it could and should be stronger. Focal point also is not your face. I think some of the things I did made it closer to being your face, but I don't know if it's completely on your face at this point yet. I think you just need more contrast around your eyes, honestly. Maybe your eyes could be even darker. Give me some nice dark eyes, because then the stars in the center of your eyes would have a lot more contrast too. Because we can't really see those super clearly from a distance, but like, bam, now your eyes pop. Similarly, we could even push your lipstick darker, maybe even two. Even if it's just like the upper lip is a little bit darker. But that'll just help your facial features to compete with the rest of the design a little bit more too. Yeah, fire could make those. Oh my god, if the fire was doing a Greek meander, that may be a little bit too intense, but that could be cool if we're looking for a way to add it. But generally, again, I thought that you were on the thumbnail, not necessarily because I wanted to put you in the fridge, but because I thought the concept was very unique. I love that you took a less commonly, like maybe well-known Greek myth to use for your design. It's much more niche, and I think that you can do a lot of things to make it really compelling as a result of that. So you do get a bonus point for that from me, but I feel like we could incorporate it a little bit more and a little better still. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6.5 out of 10. Good work. I can't read that. Hang on. Bam. Good work. I'm gonna drink some aloe because I'm a liar. Remember when I said I was just gonna read the details and then take a drink? I didn't. I didn't take a drink. I had 0 aloe. I've drank none of this. Can you tell how big the bottle is if I manage to make my hands track? It's like bigger than my head. I will hydrate, don't you worry. My hand is not there. I don't know what you're thinking. Leap motion, that's not my hand. That is in fact my headphone. Nice try though. Let me save this, close it, and then we'll do for real what I was trying to do before. We'll read, and then we'll critique, and then we'll critique after I take a sippy. So this is Litzy. She/her at Lovitzy. The description is, she's a unicorn that really loves ghost and spooky stuff. Her favorite color is lavender. Ruku, you might get along with this fella. Take a look at this with your eyeballs. I'm gonna take another sip of my beverage. Hi, Nissa. I love them. I feel like you guys would get along. E.g. on fire tonight? I'm not on fire. What do you mean? I'm drinking liquid. No fires. All the fires have been put out. I had many fires earlier today. I put all the fires out though. I'm very safe. I'm following my fire safety protocol. Smiles. We might get through 5 designs tonight, maybe. Where do you find their account? I had found it on Twitter and it was active a year ago, but they may be somewhere else these days. I am unsure. Happy Unicorn Ghost Day, I want a plush of them. I know, they're so cute. Look at the little guy. EG on water tonight? EG is on aloe and fish cracker tonight. That's what I'm on. I'm standing on business. And by business, I mean fish crackers. Handle doesn't exist. Really? I found them. I found this person. I found them on Twitter before. I literally checked before we went live. Maybe I spelled it wrong here? Hang on. I think I maybe have spelled it wrong, would be my thought. Let me try and find them again. Question. Unicorn? Where did I find them? I swear they were around. Whoops, I've opened the wrong thing. Hang on. Oh, hello, Wilhelm Vanderboss. I see you. Hello. YouTube was so kind and told me that you're rating. Unusual kindness of YouTube. Hello. Hoot hoot. Do not worry, we finished the crochet plush. Oh, can we see? Hi, Bill. Also, hello. Welcome in. Hey, Shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? Pretty please. Hi, Plumies. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques today. We are looking at Ourple fellas right now. Just checking in for a second before I go to sleep. Has new extra credit been decided? Yes. Our new extra credit assignment in the Shroom State. We did finish our Uma Musume OC design challenge that we did last week. We did do the showcase for it last Friday. Our new extra credit is that we are going to make characters that get a bingo on my design bingo that I have. So if you wish to generate a bingo card using the link that appears here, create a character who gets a bingo. You can get more than one bingo if you want on the design, but at least get one. Anything that says EG does, you do. Also probably is the way I would say to do it. But yes, that is our new bingo. But hi, Bloomies. Bill, can I see your plushie? Can I see the crochet plushie, please? I say as I stand here menacingly and intimidatingly, asking for art tax very kindly. Maybe. Can only find a K-pop stan account. I think they are a K-pop stan account. I don't know if they've fully debuted as a VTuber yet. Ye sent? Oh, thanks. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't actually check yet to see if you'd sent it. You may have sent it way before I asked. Oh, look at that. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. So, hang on. Look at you. You're so proud. Oh, you can't look at it yet. Hang on. My whole body has to be perpetually in the way. There we go. Got it. Look how proud Bill is. Crochet donut. Here's a question. So, did you switch yarn colors when you got to this area? Because I saw that you were creating your donut, not by making a cylinder, but like by making it from like the bottom, inside, center, out, and sort of like around the corners. Yeah, okay, that's smart, because that was the one thing I was trying to figure out, because I was wondering if they were gonna have you make like an entirely separate like ring that goes on top that you'd sew on top later, but it makes sense to just switch yarn colors and not waste all the yarn that would go underneath. This looks good. All the little sprinkles that are sewn in too, they're cute. Good work. Yeah, I also have mad respect for you for streaming crocheting, especially doing things where you have to increase and decrease. I was snooping on you, not today, but a previous day. I am so bad at keeping count of things when I'm trying to do crochet. Even when I'm not watching or listening to something, I often have to crochet in silence because I'll second guess and be like, did I do my increase? Because sometimes it's like, okay, 2 single crochets, 1 double crochet, 2 single crochet, 1 double crochet. And I'm like, did I do the double crochet 2 ago or 1 ago? It was difficult. I was not very good at counting on my own, let alone trying to do it on stream. Because I think I did crochet on stream once a very long time ago. But this looks good. I'm proud of you. This worked out pretty well. How do you like crocheting? Have you been enjoying it? Is it something you think you're going to pick up as a part of your personality now? Got the bingo card, can't wait. Good night for now. Good night, Labula. Just went with it. Sometimes I frogged it back. A Control Z worth. That's totally fair, and that is often what I end up doing also. Thankfully, we have the count to help us. Oh, thank God. I'm so glad you guys have the count to help you. I think you might have misspelt the handle. Oh, I may have. I may have been missing things on the handle for the fella. Whoops. Oopsie. But Vil, thank you for dropping your fellas off. Vil, if you and your bloomies need to do things like eat, or drink, or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please look after your health. This K-pop stan isn't them. Oh. Okay, I see. I may have misspelled. Actually frogged up 4 rows on the top because it looked out of shape. Fair and understandable. I crocheted a shark plushie for Jubby. It's really big. I should show you guys a picture of it sometimes. It's one of the bigger crochet things I've ever made. And it was like made in a couple pieces. And I ended up having to frog like a third of the object. And when I say big, like this shark is like 1.5 feet long and maybe like 7 or 8 inches tall. It's a hammerhead, so also the head is like as wide as the whole guy is long. And I think it was when I was trying to leave openings for fins on the sides or something. I don't know what it was, but I realized that my entire design was torquing. So like it wasn't staying level. Like the fins were like rotating, like spinning around it by the time I had reached the neck, and I had to frog all the way back to where they were supposed to be. So it was something like that, where he just like had like a twist to him. And I think the problem was that I consistently was increasing throughout the entire thing, so every row ended up just like one too small, so it was just pulling tension all the way around in a circle. It was so strange. Thank you, EG. Have a lovely stream. Thank you. And Shrewmates, have a cozy start to your week. Thank you. I'm sure you did with some crochet. And thank you for sharing it with us. Shrewmates, can you say thank you, perhaps? You crocheted a Sharknado. A little bit. A little bit of a Sharknado situation with crochet. I should show you guys that. It's sitting in our bedroom right now. I'll take a picture of it maybe and send it in the IRL objects area in the Discord so you guys can see if you want. I also still did not drink my aloe. I'm so bad at remembering to drink. I gotta lubricate the talk muscle. I love my beverage slightly chewy. Jubby was making fun of me because I don't like seeds in my preserves, despite the fact that I like everything crunchy, and the fact that I don't like pulp in my orange juice, despite the fact that I love aloe for the little chunks of stuff in it. I'm inconsistent, what can I say? But the aloe doesn't get stuck in my teeth, and the little bits of seeds and pulp do get stuck in my teeth. Maybe that's why I hate caramel. Maybe anything that gets stuck in my teeth, thumbs down. Crunchy, thumbs up. Stuck in teeth, thumbs down. Which would also make sense of why I don't like eating corn on the cob. Same? Yeah, no, I tolerate eating popcorn, but I prefer like the puffed popcorn where it doesn't have all the little like kernel shell bits. Yeah, like beverage chewy. I like chewing my beverage, it's nice. I enjoy it. It makes it more interesting. Do not share in that sentiment, but everyone's got their vices, I guess. Yeah, I don't like things that get stuck in my teeth, but I like things that are chewy, and I like things, like I love a fruit gummy, but if you give me a fruit gummy that's gonna get all stuck in my teeth, no, false. Bubble tea is chewy good? Yeah, I love boba, for that reason too. Chewy in my drink. I love it. Oh, we've been raided. Hi, welcome in. Oh, my thing has bugged out. Where is my raid imagery? It just didn't show up. Hello. Hi, Purple Rose VA. How are you? Welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Hello. Purple? More purple, yeah. We got several purples happening today. Let me grab a shout out here. What? Do I remember how to do a shout out? Let's find out. Although, honestly, it might be on cooldown right now. Let's find out. There we go. No, it's not. Rose Raid, selective raid and run, was playing Slay the Spire 2, no wins today. I hope you had fun. I want to play that game so bad. I want to play Slay the Spire 2 so bad. I'm sorry your node wins, but honestly, the learning curve with Slay the Spire is so understandable. I don't think I won a single run of Slay the Spire until I've been playing it for like 6 months. But I hope you had fun. Don't worry about your raid and run. If you need to do snork, Mimi, or drink or eat, please do those things, you and your fellas. Man, I want to play Slay the Spire 2 so bad. Carry floss with me in case of things getting stuck in teeth emergencies. Yes, I carry a floss pick in my purse. Because I can't stand it either. Just little EG things. Anyways, Litzy, or Itzy. One of these is spelled incorrectly, I think. But, unicorn that really loves ghosts and spooky stuff. So, I think what you're going for here is feeling a little bit desaturated to align with the ghost elements. But I just want to show you what a little bit of saturation could do for you. It adds more contrast. Just a little bit. I don't know why those K-pop stan accounts have similar handle. Oh, it's because Itzy, yes, is a girl group, yes. That would be why it is. Did I miss anything? A couple of raids. I know you're going for washed out because of ghosts, but it does just feel like you took the saturation at the very end and just slid it down everywhere, unfortunately. So what I might suggest is reducing the saturation only maybe in like the lower body, perhaps. There we go. If I go like this, so that way we leave your head a little bit more saturated. That also makes your head a little bit more focal. But I think some of these pinks need the saturation back a little bit. Oh, hi, Incinda. Welcome back for 21 months! Oh my god, that's such a long time. Somebody else resubbed for 21 months today, too. Wow. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your 20 months of rotation and you enjoy your 21st month of rotation just as much. ... Why are you ... Why are you ... Was it you, Selma? Is that why you're ... Did both of the sheep resubscribe for 21 months today? Whoa. That could be why. That could be it. Shake the dizziness off a little bit. Okay. So, I do also think that this background is making you hard to see right now. I think a dark background would be better for this design, just so that we can see what's going on. So I'm just gonna drop like a mid-tone in here. Oh no! That makes this like totally invisible. Hang on. I might have to do a little bit more editing so things can be read. What is happening? Oh, hang on. Copy, paste. Fill this in back here. The selection wasn't super clean, but there we go. So now there's a lot more clarity we can see. We can see where the edges of elements are. We can also almost see the silhouette now, too. Can't believe you have a favorite sheep shroom? I do not. Why would I have a favorite one? That's just not true. What do you mean by that? You were the 21 months old sub? You gotta forgive me. There were so many resubs that occurred during stream, I can't keep track of who is which one. There's so many of them. Also, I read the number and it immediately exits my brain because I can't fathom that amount of time. That would be what it is. Does she have 2 tails? You know, I thought that was her hair, but you might be right. She may have 2 tails. Interesting. I wonder if that is trying to lean into, like, aren't there cats that's tails split in mythology after death when they lived a good life? Is that maybe what this is leaning into, perhaps? It may also just be a symmetry modifier that was forgotten, but it doesn't seem like most of this drawing was made with a symmetry modifier anyway. Or something like that, maybe. The 2 tails. I really wonder what the 2 tails is about. Because I don't know. It is interesting, though. Huh. Intriguing. Trying to make a ghost shape with the hair. Maybe. Tip of the tail is slightly different. says unicorn. That's not really what a unicorn tail or ears look like. I don't know if she's really a unicorn. She's got her ears covered, although accidentally my thing here has filled in the ear. Oh, and the ghost. What do unicorn ears look like? Do they not just look like horse ears? I think her ears might be a little bit small from what I'm used to as far as like Uma sensibilities go. For a unicorn or a horse for me, coming from Uma Musume land, I might suggest making them more like this. So we can see that they're a little bit more like diamond shaped on top of the head. Uma type ears. Horse or deer ears, depending on what type of mythology. Reading them as cat ears. Okay, so maybe they just need to stand a little bit taller off the top of the head. So that we can clearly tell that they are Uma ears a little bit better. And then this star, I fear, got cut off in whatever the image is that they were submitting. Because I think this is a star floating over their head. I didn't cut it off, but I think it may have gotten cut off. Edit, transform, flip, horizontal. Bam. There we go. Some unicorn ears are really long with tufts at the top. Yeah, you're right. We have seen that before. Oh wait, these ears are like kind of asymmetrically handled. Although I might just have to draw something behind them because I think the thing that's actually asymmetrical might be the stuff on top of the head that's here. Because there's like a sort of like a fluffy headband that's being worn here. I'm not quite completely sure what's going on there. Unikitty? Unikitty? Does Unikitty from Lego have a star that floats over their head like that? I guess I could see that. I do think that the two tails is maybe a little bit confusing, despite the fact that maybe you are trying to get that like ghost sheet silhouette. I think two tails is maybe confusing. Pick one or the other. I do think that the sleeves do help you with the ghost aesthetic quite a bit though. They're really like dangly and drapey. We could maybe exaggerate some of that a little bit more because, you know, these sleeves seem like they're a little bit tattered. Could tatter them a little bit more. Or like they could like have a little more exaggeration in the way that they're hanging and the way that they're sort of like destroyed. Let me do the same to this side too. This is a popular motif for ghosts. There we go. And then maybe like... So that feels a little bit more decrepit and destroyed, perhaps. Unicorn tails are usually more like lion-like. It reads more cat to me. I suppose they might have been going for horse. Yeah, I think they are going for a little bit more horse. Is Pegasus? Pegasus has wings. You know, I didn't realize that unicorns... Do unicorns have lion tails? When you Google unicorn, most of the results that come up are just horses with horns on their foreheads. Perhaps. But maybe traditionally in mythology, they were more lion-like. Depends on the version you get, yeah. Surprised I haven't seen more unicorn cats, to be honest. Yeah, that is an interesting thought, though. I am surprised. Original unicorns of the Chinese version are chimera-like creatures. Ah, I see, okay. This person seems to be leaning more into the horse angle. Something I think may benefit this design as well is that we tend to associate, like, unicorns and things like that with being, like, very magical, and a lot of them seem to have, like, really, like, dainty, delicate, flowing hair. And using, like, a slightly wavier hair texture may make it feel a little bit more like it's like floating and defying gravity in a way that might be interesting for somebody who is ghost-based in their design. It feels a little bit more like ethereal maybe too, which could be fun. Because this seems like this is the hair that's curling up on the edges here. And then that makes the hair feel a little bit messier too. They have a lion tail. European unicorns have lion tails. Huh. I'm sure I've seen one somewhere before, but that is interesting. That I feel like that has sort of fallen out of fashion for the way that we depict unicorns in the modern day. And maybe we blame My Little Pony for that, because I don't think their unicorns have that going on either. But it is interesting. But like, I'm just adding little pockets of negative space here. And giving them a little bit of like flow like this, I feel like makes it look like the hair is like floating a little bit. Do we see how that feels like a little bit more magical? We're adding a little bit more detail to the silhouette. Their handle is Love Litzy, a Roblox YouTuber. Oh, I'm just missing one letter. I'm missing an L. Sorry, I found them earlier, and that would be because when I looked them up, I probably wasn't missing a single L. Thank you, Rex. Sorry about that. The idea of a pretty unicorn horse has usurped the old unicorn goat thing. I see. I guess. Statue in live. Let's look at a unicorn. Let's see. Live suggestions. Oh, yeah, lion tail. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. Lion's tail. Big hooves. Huh. That could be an interesting element to add to this design, though, as well, if we wanted to. It is a little uncanny. The unicorn in The Last Unicorn is a lion tail. Really? I've seen that movie. I totally forgot. My head was assuming that it didn't have that. Ha! Okay. Well, hey, Litzy, if you would like to, that might be an interesting angle. If you were to have something that's a little bit more like a lion tail. I'm gonna accidentally create a tangent trying to do this. Could be interesting. Prefer lion tail, otherwise just horse with horn. Fair. The other thing I'm thinking about now that I'm looking is we could do one of the EG classic favorites. Yeah, it does seem like this image accidentally got cropped. We could give you cloven hoof shoes. I love cloven hoof shoes. All you gotta do is cut that little triangle out of the bottom of the shoe. Suddenly it's a hoof. Also, this foot is like really short. Did something happen? Is this my fault? Did I cover it or something? No. Although I did cover this, which shouldn't be covered. I think this is supposed to be a white little like fluff ball. I think this image may have just been cropped when it was sent to me. Let me give you the rest of your foot. Back in here real quick. There we go. There we go. Good enough. We get the idea. Cloven hoof. Foot resurrection. What a sentence. Not words I thought I would say. Ever. Foot resurrection. Also, add a little bit of weight here to your sock. The way that it's got so many little folds in it, but doesn't really have much weight in it, did feel a little bit strange to me. It felt a little stiff. So put a little bit of weight in that, perhaps. A book from my childhood that's a unicorn guidebook, and it has unicorns from around the world where they live. Most have lion tails. That's what I personally see. Ah, intriguing. Needs to be a VTuber that does the evolution of mythical creatures through the ages. There's so many good angles that VTubers could take for content. I saw a take recently, and I always have to be like, EG, disengage, don't go after anybody, don't say things on Twitter. But every time I see somebody who's like, VTubing is totally saturated as a medium, it's too niche, there's nothing new you can do with it, don't think you can be a VTuber and you will make any kind of success, indie VTubers will never reach the same level of success as they did in like 2022. Every time I see those takes, I start losing my mind. Because my first YouTube video I made was about how that is not true. VTubers are still so niche. There's so much content VTubers could be making that they just don't. Most VTubers are just gaming streamers. Do something else. Do anything else. Do anything else. I think that Psydeer stands out a lot because Psydeer does so much science-focused content. I would say the same about like Carbon being an astronaut and doing stuff that's focused on like, you know, like rocket launches and things like that. Almanta's doing calligraphy and talking about psychology and things like that. Or, not psychology, but, well, I guess some psychology. But just like other topics, there's so much we can talk about as VTubers. There's so many things that YouTubers do that VTubers don't, that we could be doing and capitalizing on. Ah! But I kind of just calm down and keep it to myself. Like, Onigiri was breaking into a market that did not really exist prior to her. VTubers were not doing a lot of cooking content prior to her. She's kind of the one who kicked that up in gear with making mixed reality content. So I think it is absolutely popular to become popular by doing things that are a little bit more varied as a VTuber. I think it would help a lot of people, maybe. But niche might not be commercially viable niche. As far as VTubing goes, maybe. Depends on what you're doing with it. But yeah, VTubing is a medium, not a genre. And too many people think of VTubing as being a genre, as being the genre of gaming streamer who uses an avatar, when that really should not be all it is. Sorry. EG got a little off topic there, but not incredibly. Anyways, as I was saying, I think there's some elements that I wish were more exaggerated in this design right now also. Where I feel like, you know, something about this outfit is sort of emphasizing it being a little bit oversized, especially in the sleeves. And I feel like making this ribbon really big would help to do the same thing. Just want to exaggerate some things a little bit more. It's like that might help a little bit. The shoes could maybe be a little bit bigger still. I feel like there could be something more to the flow of this dress, where it feels like your hip is kind of missing a little bit, maybe. Might just need to reshape it maybe a little bit, but like just a little more exaggeration in certain places. Like this ribbon could maybe be bigger also. And maybe it's because this is also a sketch and is not fully completed, but like some of the scale of items is a little bit inconsistent. I'd make this ribbon the same thickness as the ribbon that's on the arm and on the leg, where in the chest it's smaller than the leg, and in the arm it's smaller still. Just pay attention to being consistent about objects if they're supposed to be composed of the same thing. And this is something that I still struggle with sometimes, because I will draw something and then be like, ah, what the heck? Because I'll realize that I've accidentally made things that are supposed to be composed of the same material vastly different in size. And there we go. That sort of is emphasizing them more similarly. Yeah. Ticks me off so bad when people think all animation is for kids. Yeah, I did have to remind some fellas recently also that unfortunately one of the things VTubing suffers from is the way that sponsors perceive us. Just to not get too deep into it, but just to tell you what I mean by that. Unfortunately, VTubers are associated with anime, and to the general public, especially to adults and advertisers, anime is associated pretty much exclusively with being inappropriate. That is still what the like predominating consensus is on anime. Unless you have like real cool hip parents, most of our parents will see us watching anime and assume we're watching something inappropriate, because that is just what the like general population thinks of anime as being. And as a result, a lot of brands do not want to associate themselves with that. And it does come from them being uninformed and uneducated about it, but the problem is that they're trying to go for like broader mass market appeal, and therefore like if they just went with a regular streamer, they wouldn't think that way. You're saying if you're anime or furry, we're screwed. Yes, in some ways, yes. It does make it harder to find partnerships with brands and stuff, which is why the VTubers who work with agencies and who have managers tend to do better. And it's because if you have a manager, the manager probably has the brain width and the skills necessary to convince a potential sponsor that you are in fact not a brand risk. So that is one of the hard truths in VTubing also right now. Because so many streamers get, and like YouTubers get collaborations and partnerships that VTubers don't get. Just because we're VTubers, because they assume that we are inherently inappropriate. And unfortunately, they're not always wrong either. There are a lot of VTubers who do sort of fit that mold, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can do those things, but a lot of them are really popular, so that does also end up being what a lot of those brands see first, also when they encounter VTubing too. It's tough. Original art style VTubers is a commercial uncertainty, so everyone's screwed. Yeah, it's difficult. There's a lot. Yeah, you gotta think about how the general population thinks. Because the people who are also in charge of a lot of those sponsorships and things are people who are unfamiliar with VTubing. It is what it is. There's not much we can really do about it. What can you do? I mean, it sells. It does. It does. That's true. But I will warn you also, if you go that route on Twitch and you have to mark yourself as 18 plus, you will make no ad revenue. Because advertisers, we are seeing like a horrible return to Puritanism in the US and sort of at large in the world right now. Credit card processors are starting to limit like what they will allow you to buy things, like where they're allowed you to buy things nowadays, which is really weird and strange and disturbing. And a lot of advertisers don't want themselves to be associated with those things now also, so they'll still run ads on your channel. You just won't make money from them, unfortunately. So like I do see people who, there was a conversation on Twitter recently about somebody who is 18 plus on Twitch who streams to like 300 to 500 people on average, and they make less in ad revenue per month than I do, which is wild. And I make next to nothing. I make less than $50 in ad revenue every month from Twitch. It's kind of insane. I make more in ad revenue on YouTube, where I get like a fraction of the views per live stream. It's so funky. But yeah, it's weird out there. It's strange. Maybe, but it attracts a lot of viewers. It does attract a lot of viewers. But I guess maybe they're making up for it in like subs, perhaps? I don't know. It's just something to think about and be careful of. But anyways, focusing back up, because it is almost 6 p.m. Sadly, I'll probably have to close that one. For this design, I think the color palette is really nice. You just need to increase the saturation, maybe around the face a little bit more, but purple and pink and little bits of blues do make you feel sort of mystical or spiritual in some way. We think of purple as being either something that is related to magic or otherworldly elements, or something related to royalty, and I think you're leaning more into the spiritual aspect of it. I think we can push your hair texture to feel a little bit more unicorn-like, and also so that it feels like it's like floating a little bit, or maybe flying some. And then similarly, we can push the texture around the edges of your sleeves to become more tattered too. We can make your shoes a little bit more cloven hoof-like, and we can make your ears a little bit more hort-like, because they were a little bit cat-like before. They might have just been a little too small. We could even exaggerate them a little bit more by making them taller, but I would say this is the bare minimum. We want to see the bottom edge of the diamond to recognize it as being a horse ear. This may still be hair the longer I'm looking at this design, but if it's not, maybe a lion tail would be good. But otherwise, like, I don't have clarity issues. A couple of your ribbons could use to be a little bit more consistently scaled, but I don't have all that many things that I think you need to, like, super duper modify. So, detail work. Some of the details around your head need editing, and some of the ones in your torso need exaggerating, maybe a little bit. For concept, I think we need to make it clearer that you are a unicorn, maybe, but I can tell that you're a ghost pretty easily. For color palette, I think we need a little more saturation up around your head especially. Your silhouette, I would say, is somewhat recognizable. Your sleeves do make you very similar to a lot of other ghost VTubers, so I think that having a more specific tail shape will help a lot, as well as the ears. Although your hair would probably do a good bit with these, like, wider bits at the side. Your horn also doesn't really break the top of your head very much, and that could be something that would also make your silhouette a little bit more recognizable. I do get that your, oh, I'm not going to move that, am I? Your star is going to help if it's always on you. But if your horn was a bigger part of your silhouette, if it broke the top edge of your head more, that would help too, just a little bit, perhaps. Just got here, the design is so cute. I know, right? And this design, I did want to put on the thumbnail also, but it was too small. It was just way too small, unfortunately, because I thought it was very cute. But yeah, silhouette. Some of the elements did need exaggerating. You are pretty symmetrical, so you can push some of the small details to increase your asymmetry just a little bit, where, you know, if you have a couple little locks of hair that aren't exactly the same left to right, if the little bits that are sort of decrepit and decaying and stringing on your sleeves are not perfectly mirrored, that would be good. But, you know, your colors are pretty asymmetrical, which I think is helping to make sure that you don't feel too tight, perhaps. You don't feel too stiff. So I think that's probably fine. Focal point is sort of the final element. I think your chest might be a little bit more focal than your face is, unfortunately, right now. Or like your torso area here, just because of level of detail. And even seeing you without my edits, I still feel similarly. I'm wondering if your eyes should be more of the cooler purple that we're seeing a little bit around your face. Just because we don't see that color as much, and because it would also help to increase the contrast with your eyes and your hair a little bit more too. Oh, hello, we've been raided. Hi, LeQuesson. How are you? Welcome in. Surprise, tea time, croissants and Earl Grey for everyone? Oh my god, that sounds delicious. I have croissants in my house right now. I could eat a croissant. I could have one if I wanted. I don't think I have any Earl Grey tea though, so I appreciate you sharing, but hi, hello, welcome in. Shreemates, thank you for rotating for the raiders. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques for purple VTubers right now. We are sort of in the wrap-up area. But how was your stream? What were you up to? I see you may have been playing Yap Yap recently. Is that game where you're little wizards and you shoot little things at each other? Using, like you speak the spell name and maybe it fires the spell, question mark? No one can stop you from getting a croissant. You have that power. I do have that power. I could go get a croissant, checks watch, in maybe like 3 minutes. I could get a croissant. Maybe. Potentially. I do have that freedom and power. But, hello. Mods, thank you for getting the shout out also. Yap Yap first, and then Final Fantasy IX when my collab partner felt ill. Oh no, I hope they feel better, but I hope you guys were at least able to have some fun first. I hope you had fun with Final Fantasy IX. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. Are you enjoying? There is a Square Enix sale going on Steam right now. I was like, it'll still be going on Friday when I get paid, so I was like, Slay the Spire 2 and maybe a Final Fantasy, perhaps? I'm gonna say I really appreciate your content. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. I hope I've been able to help you in some way. I'm glad you enjoy it. Good choice for a paycheck. Yeah. Oh, hi, Audiosu. Yeah. I would love to own a little more Final Fantasy of things. I have Triangle Strategy. I don't have very many modern Final Fantasies. Most of the Final Fantasy I have is pretty old. Joby was like, I'll buy Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for you. And I was like, it's not turn-based. I can't do that. Do you have a favorite Final Fantasy? Well, okay. I would say Final Fantasy X is probably my favorite. But like, I really struggle making that decision. 10 is good. But like, 9 is also good. And my unpopular opinion is that I really like 15. No one likes 15. I love 15. I love my band of brothers taking their car road trip. I liked 15. 10-2 might be silly, but I really like it. I know 10-2 is silly. I thought 15 was good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everywhere I go in life, everybody disagrees with me. 15 was very important to me. Boy band? They're not a boy band. It's just like boys road trip vacation. the friendship road trip vacation. Getting the car as a Mountain 14 was amazing. Yeah, I got the, what is it called? I can't remember what the car is called now. I almost called it a Valorian, but that's not no, that's a totally different car. What is it called? It's a convertible. What is it called? It's like stolen. I liked 15. I know people didn't. Yeah, it was weird. I think a lot of it came down to the fact that like you kind of had to have the DLCs to get the full experience of it. but I was a big fan of 15. I like 7, of course. Not DeLorean. Regalia. Regalia is the car. Oh my god. I couldn't think of it. Yeah, the Regalia. Yeah. Did you know that they gave away a car that was essentially the Regalia when 15 released also? They did. That was a thing that happened also. Also, 7 has a special place in my heart, as it does for many Americans, because I watched my father play that game when I was a little kid, so I was very attached to it, and I played Crisis Core when I was in... Oh, wait, that's actually the answer. Crisis Core was my favorite, because I played Crisis Core on my PS Vita on my way to school, and I grew very emotionally attached to the characters in that game. 15 doesn't appeal to me, the action combat and style of main characters. That's totally fair. I don't like action combat either. It was mostly just I got really attached to the characters, but I totally understand why people wouldn't like that. I do prefer turn-based combat a lot, which is why I won't play the 7 remakes. Because, like, there's no turn-based combat in them. Or there's, like, pseudo turn-based combat, but, like, not really. It's not the same. It's not the same. But anyways, listen, if you and your fellows need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so, but I will say, I am wrapping up a little bit. 6 p.m. is usually my ending time, and that was like 5 minutes ago. Whoops. But I'm still working on grading this design. I didn't finish grading this design, so, at least another minute, perhaps. Focal point. I was trying to make the eyes a little bit more focal. I think if we make the headband the dark color of the bow on the chest, so that way the face is now framed by some of those darker elements, and then making the eyes blue, I would say probably is helping. Because now the blue is happening almost exclusively around the face a little bit more, right? So I think that would help. But the face itself is not super focal right now. It is being a bit outcompeted, unfortunately. But I did want to put you on the thumbnail. You were just too small. I just thought Unicorn Ghost is a concept combo I have not seen before. And I think it is fun and unique. And I think the hair is a good opportunity to be nice and flowy. And I feel like I see a lot of ghosts that are also pink. Or also maybe, I see pink, and I think I also see blue, which purple seems like it'd be an obvious color choice for a ghost. But I feel like I just don't see it as commonly. Darker color for the necklace. Yeah, I think darker color for the necklace might also be helping, although I don't think I want it on the sleeves, though. That does sort of help sandwich the face in a little bit more. Teal is popular with ghosts? Yeah, that's true. Teal is popular with ghosts. Yeah. But I feel like purple is a color that makes sense. And then adding little elements of pink also makes it pretty nice and distinct, too. But I do think that that is more or less the grade that I would give here. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10? Am I doing my math correctly? 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5. Yeah, okay. 7.5 out of 10. Hey, Ruku, I think you got the highest score. And you didn't get bonus points either. So I think you should be proud of yourself for that also. But like, this is still an incredibly cute design, and I think there's just a couple little tweaks that can be made to really push it the extra mile. Thank you, Litzy, for submitting. Can we get a round of applause for Litzy, please? I'm sorry I forgot an L in your username and sent Rex on a wild goose chase for probably the better part of a half an hour. But there we go. Look at that. How many designs did we look at? I think it was 5. We looked at Litzy. Oh, hang on. Unicorn. Goodbye. Let me just check. Ruku was 1. And then we looked at Litzy, which is 2. Where's my purple folder? Usarina, Centauri. Oh wait, hang on. There's actually more than that? And then, the bear girl, 5. Hang on, let me reopen them, because now I can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is 5. It is 5. It is 5. There we go. Okay. Darn, I thought I was gonna hit 6 today, but I started a little bit late, and we talked about we did have a lot to say about Ryuku's design. We had a lot of suggestions for it, which does tend to be the way it goes when we have shroommates who are live here for the critiques, for their own critique. We are able to help tailor it to them a little bit more, but as a result, we tend to go a little bit longer on those ones, and that's fine. That's fine. I think 5 is the new 6. Let me pay out the prediction. Bam. Oh, most of you did guess 5. Man, remember when 6 used to be a safe guess? No longer. Shroommates are masters of distraction. I don't even think you guys are trying to distract me, though. I started a little bit late, and I yapped for a long time, as is to be expected of me, I guess. I don't know. Shroommates usually use the help they get in critique. That's true. That is true, which I am happy to see. But I do get a lot of comments on YouTube from the people who we do critique, who find the VOD later on. So I'm sure that, like, everyone is taking these things to heart or to think about in some way. Yeah. Too much to yap about these days with extra credit. That's true. I do have a lot of housekeeping to do also a lot of the times. But yeah, so anyways, housekeeping right here at the end now. We did decide our extra credit, which is we're going to use the bingo to create some characters. Oh wait, did I get bingo? Let me see. Does Chantelane count as a keychain? Maybe. I don't know if that even helps me to get a victory. Visible concept. Oh, I do have a victory. I did get a victory. I won bingo. As long as we count Ryuku's Chantelane as being keychains, kind of, that qualifies. Any word on the Squiiji keychains? The word is that, I'm currently engaged in a fist fight. That's the word currently. I almost decided that I was going to use the laser at work to make the keychains myself until I realized I'd have to spend the money on shipping myself. And then also having to buy the latches and also the acrylic and having to figure out how to print onto acrylic. And then I realized it's just outside of the scope of what I can do. But that's where I am on the keychains, in case you were wondering. But I did get bingo, so I'll take that. I think that counts. Either a keychain or a fancy Swiss Army knife. Oh, it kind of is it is kind of a Swiss Army knife. Swiss Army knife for the girlies. But look at that. Bam. Bingo. I was one away from bingo here. I guess I could have just spun somebody, but I didn't decide to. And then if we had a uniform style outfit, I could have had another bingo, but I don't think we did either. I don't know. So going extra credit, since they're fake VTubers, can we write lore for them? Yeah, go for it. You can do whatever you want with them. I won't stop you. Write lore for them, sell them. I don't know. Do whatever you want. Don't do evil things to them, maybe, but you can use them for whatever purposes you would like, maybe. For the rest of this week, do note, Wednesday, we are going to start at, like, the air quote usual start time, which is 2 p.m. EST. I actually don't know what time that is UTC. Whatever time I started today will be the same time we start Wednesday, as opposed to the hour later we'd been starting our Wednesday streams, because it's just making it too hard to get through our Umusume tier list and just the tier list in general. I fear that if I shorten my Wednesdays, I'll make it impossible to get through those crits, or not crits, to get through any of the tier lists or crits in the future. I need those 4 hours. I need 4 hours. So then Friday instead, we'll start an hour late, because I do have a lot of work to get done, and it is harder for me to get all the work done that I need to now, because now I have to compact it onto Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I spent the entire day today wrestling with issues totally unrelated to the other work I needed to get done, so I just need an extra hour. So we'll just be an hour later on Friday, but Friday's beep of the shroom. Again, we're going to play the lamb game a little more. Destian, thank you for following. I appreciate it. What's the new extra credit? We are going to use the bingo. You're going to generate yourself a bingo card like we do for stream, but you're going to create a bingo as a character design. So, like, probably don't pick this one. Don't pick the free space ones, because I guess the free is not as many things to work on, but, like, I could make a design that has, lots of lace and ruffles, keychains, visible concept, and a gradient on the bottom. Or I could make one that has mismatched socks, multicolor hair, a crop top, and dark sclera. Or I could make one that has an exciting art style with spot blacks, a uniform outfit, a hoodie, and mismatched socks. Or you could decide, okay, I want to do two-way bingo and do one that has dark sclera, OSHA-approved ladder, lots of lace and ruffles, Lolita/OG fashion, creative art style, spot blacks, uniform outfit, hoodie, and mismatched socks. I won't limit you. Don't all of them have free in the center? No. I mean, this doesn't, 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 this doesn't. You can do one with free in it, but there are a lot of ones that don't have free in it also. Understand what you meant? Yeah. So, that'll be our next bingo. I'll put the details for it in the extra credit area of the Discord server. Probably at some point tonight. Bam. And I'll update the announcement from today with that also. But yeah, that's the game plan for the week, I think. As far as I know. Tomorrow, there are open hours for Shroom State Minecraft from 8 a.m. till 6:30 p.m. EST. If you are in the Discord server, you can be pinged when it opens if you would like. If you mark that you are interested in the event, because I have them set up as events, perhaps. And I will send the information there. If you'd like to know how to join it, there is also information in the Discord server on how to do that too. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get going to go hang out with my jubby and eat some food and snack and drink more aloe beverage and have more fish cracker, perhaps. But thank you for joining me today, and as always, thank you guys for all of the kind and, beneficial and constructive criticism you provide for each other. I say this, I feel like, over and over and over again, but I am just perpetually proud of all of you. We've all gotten better, I feel like, as critiquers, and as we've all become more familiar with VTuber design tropes and with what options are out there for designs, I feel like our critiques get better and better over time. Together! Because we can also critique things together when we work together also. I don't always think of everything super quickly, so you guys can fill my gaps either in knowledge of things or also in the fact that I just haven't stared at something for long enough. But yeah, thank you. YouTube Shroommates, I'll see you Wednesday, probably. Shroom you later. Bye. Farewell. Bye-bye. Twitch fellas, let's